What up, everybody? It's your boy Adam. We're back live again. It is Wednesday, 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. Let me see here. Fucking shit, man. This fucking camera. Everything was working fine right up until the point. Hold the fuck on. Right up until the point where I hit the button to go live. I wasn't having any problems with this fucking camera. And now we're right back to the camera lag and the problems. So I know that only a couple of people are watching. I don't know how to fix this problem. I've given up at this point. Everything was working just fine. I was testing it over and over and over again, right up to the point. And as soon as I hit the button to go live, let me see here. Snap. Okay, that looks like it's not lagging. I don't know. We'll just see how it goes. There is I can deal with like a split second delay, like a little bit of that. If the audio is in sync with the mouth for the viewer and it's not out of sync, I can be okay with that. I'll have to watch the replay and see. But I can look. I'm looking at that's why my eyes aren't in the camera. I'm looking at the feedback from the little preview window that I get, and everything's out of sync. And it's been doing this every fucking time. I've tried so many things to fix this problem, but week after week, the only time it happens is when I'm live. And what do I do to debug this? I have to debug it while we're live on the stream. So, what up, Dave? I just watched your video about the cage fights on the White House lawn. I don't know if you just found out about that. I've known about that for about, I don't know, I found out about that a couple months ago and my mind was blown. That blew my mind. I was like, Donald Trump's a crazy motherfucker, but this is like whole nother level. The cage fights on the White House lawn. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Idiocracy. I know you hurt your back. I know you blew out your back and you got some backiotomy or something like that. So just if you've never seen the movie Idiocracy, just be aware you'll laugh so hard that you'll probably throw out another disc in your back. But it's a documentary. Mike Judge, the guy who made Beavis and Butthead, King of the Hill. What other thing did he do? He did Office Space, the movie Office Space. When he put out this movie Idiocracy, and come to find out, it was reminded or told, I found out or refound out or realized or whatever the right word is for this. That movie's 20 years old. That movie came out in 2006. And here it's 2026 and everything in that movie is coming true. I mean, it's wild. And I remember seeing that movie for the first time. I was blown away. Like how did nobody ever hear about this movie? And we'll come to find out the studio, I guess Sony Pictures was the one that put that movie out. They were the backers, the financial backers. And Mike Judge is a big name. Beavis and Butthead, King of the Hill, Office Space. He's got clout. So they weren't like, he wasn't just some like no name that they could boss around. He's like, I'm doing this movie. They're backing it and they've already put money into it. And now they're seeing like what they've got, what they've paid for. And the movie studio was like, no, we can't put this out. They don't want you. They did not want this movie to come out. Like they wanted to put the lid on it, but they paid for it. And they're like, we got to make our money back. But they purposely sabotaged the movie at the theaters. They didn't put trailers out. They didn't put previews out. They didn't even put posters up in the movie theaters. Like they purposely just put the lid on this movie because Mike Judge put so much truth in this movie about our society and our future that these dumb shits at the top, these child molesting billionaire pedophiles that are in charge of everything, They don't want you to know what was in this movie. And so they just put it down and they suppressed it and they made sure that it bombed in the theaters. I mean, like independent films that show up in like a handful of theaters across the country did better. And then this movie shows up at Blockbuster or wherever you go to rent your DVDs and stuff back in the day, and people started to see it, and word of mouth. It was all word of mouth, and it became like one of the most popular cult movies of all time because nobody saw this in the theater. Nobody saw it in the theater. Nobody ever heard of it until it was out on DVD. And everybody who ever watched it heard about it from a friend. Oh my God, you've got to see this movie. Because it's bad when the people that paid millions of dollars for this movie to be made decided we can't let this movie come out because he's telling too much truth in this movie, and it'll be too well received and it'll wake too many people up as to what's going on, because they want you to be three things: the people at the top, they, them. I'm always talking about how the people at the top, they, them, always fuck with your language so that they try to discredit everything that you say about them by making the language that you use to refer to them make you sound like you're a nut job. So, after they blew Kennedy's head off in front of everybody, they came up with this term called conspiracy theorist, because the fact is there's a conspiracy of a bunch of rich billionaire pedophile scumbags, satanic douchebags in charge of everything. That's a conspiracy. It's a group of people that got together, had a like mindset of taking over the country and in all the countries of the world essentially, and creating slaves out of the rest of us that answer to them. And that's a fact. Nobody argues with me about that anymore. They used to, but now they don't, because you see it. You see it every. You see a fucking UFC cage fight being constructed on the White House lawn today. So you're gonna call me a fucking conspiracy theorist? And no, you're not. You're done with that. All the people that used to call me as conspiracy theorist and a liar spreading misinformation, nobody calls me that anymore. Nobody accuses me of being a liar anymore. They say one thing: there's nothing we can do about it. So I guess that's progress. I guess progress has been made. But anyway, yeah, they shut down, John S., aka JS, what's up? The movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington pissed off congressmen in 1939. They tried to shut it down because it revealed how politicians work. Yeah, they've done this many times. People wonder why Disney botched Star Wars so bad after they paid George Lucas $4 billion to buy Star Wars and then ran it into the ground. And I keep saying they did it on purpose. You think $4 billion is anything for Disney? They don't give a fuck about $4 billion. It's Disney. They have trillions of dollars in their budgets. They're making money hand over fist on one side. They can sabotage projects like that. Because in a communist country, and Joseph Stalin, Chairman Mao in China, Pol Pot, Kim Jong-il, they have a government department of propaganda. The state news, TV, whatever. It's the government. Brainwashes the people directly. But here in America, we have a banana republic, and they have to trick all you, not you people, but the retards out there. They got to trick everybody into thinking that we live in a free country and you get to have a say because you get to vote now. Right. We know that's bullshit. But they have to trick you into believing that there's freedom and all that crap and that you have rights and stuff, and you don't. But they got to trick you into believing that. And they got to trick you into believing, oh, Disney has to make a profit. No, they don't. Disney is just a name that they put on the propaganda department, the state-run propaganda department that Joseph Stalin had. They just can't call it the state propaganda network. And they split it up and they give you this false competition of they got NBC, CBS, ABC, Disney. They're all owned, all these fucking companies own each other and are all owned by BlackRock now. And it's false competition. There's no competition. There's no real competition. They all have the same agenda, and they're all out there to push propaganda on you and to push certain viewpoints and to brainwash you people into believing whatever that is that they want you to believe in today. And that's why they're in lockstep. Fox News is no different than CNN. It's just they're talking to a different group of people pushing the same agenda on both. They just have to change the language a little bit when they're talking to the hillbillies at the trailer park, or they're talking to the hipsters at the coffee shop and in the Upper East Side. It doesn't matter which one. They're pushing the same agenda. Give up your freedom. Let us run your lives. Let us keep raping kids and dictating everything that happens in your life. Let us put cameras up everywhere so we can watch everything you do and put you into the AI slave grid system. Whatever. So I don't know. Just talking about the White House cage match got me going. But it's straight out of that movie Idiocracy, man. And that the funniest thing is, once again, the studio, Sony Pictures, sabotaged that movie because they were telling too much truth, and the propaganda department is like, we can't put this out. It goes against all of our propaganda that we're trying to shove down everybody's throat. It might wake people up. We can't have that. But there were too many big names involved, so they couldn't just like shut it off. It's one of those things. Like if they pulled the plug on Mike Judge, he's big enough and he has a big enough mouth and a big enough reach that would have brought more attention to the thing than the attention they got from just trying to keep it under wraps and not promoting it and going in a soft approach to keep it suppressed. But when that movie came out on DVD, it went wildfire. But it was all word of mouth. It's the same reason South Park grew. When I was in college, it was in 1994 to 1996. I was at the Art Institute of Pittsburgh. Somebody hands me a VHS videotape, and says, "You got to watch this shit, dude." So I worked in the computer labs at school, and so I went down the hall, grabbed a AV cart, VCR, and a TV, and brought it into the computer lab, plugged it in. So we had the whole lab. We had everybody in the computer lab sitting around watching this shit. I'm like, okay, story time, folks. Put in this videotape, and it's the original South Park Spirit of Christmas animated thing. And we were on the floor. We were laughing so fucking hard at this thing. And I went and made like 10 copies of it myself and passed those videotapes around. But this was like literally the first viral video that this is the first viral video I've ever seen in my life. And it was on VHS tapes. So somebody would get a VHS tape of this thing, make like 10 copies of it. It's only 5 minutes long. You'd waste like 5 VHS tapes. When you bought your VHS tapes at the store, they would hold like 90 minutes worth of crap. Here I'm making copies of this South Park thing. And me and my, for value added or whatever, I just threw a whole bunch of stuff on these tapes because I had 2 VCRs and I could just make copies of things all day long. And I had a system. I found a way that I could run video through my Mac computer, and I had a video input and then a video output. And I could de-scramble all the copy protected VHS tapes that they had back in the day that would be scrambled if you tried to record them deck to deck. I found out I could run it through my Mac in real time, have the processor digitize that stuff, send it back out the other S-video port back into the other VCR, and it would be clean. And I could bypass all of that copy protection. And then that tape that I made could be copied to the end of the earth. So anyway, I would fill up a tape with a bunch of crap, but that South Park video would be the first thing, and I made like 10 or 15 of these and passed them out to people. But my copy was probably a 15th generation copy. Somebody made a copy of that, gave it to somebody who made copies of it, who gave it to somebody who made copies of it, who gave that to somebody who made a bunch of copies of it, and so on and so on and so on. And then it ended up in my hands. And I mean, it was beat. You make a copy of 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 a VHS tape back in those days. Each one is degraded. It was terrible. And it was the funniest thing we ever saw. And it's like 5 minutes long. And I took that back home. I went back home to visit my family and stuff for, Christmas or whatever it was. And we made copies of this thing back home because other people had multiple VCRs and whatnot. And I made a bunch of copies of this South Park video. It wasn't even called South Park it was just called The Spirit of Christmas. But it was the funniest thing. And so all these people are passing it around up in Rochester now, New York, even though I live in Pittsburgh, because they all got a copy from me. And this thing took off nationwide. It was probably I would be willing to assume it was the most copied and most shared VHS tape in the history of VHS. And then I graduated. I got out of art school, and like 2 months after I had graduated, me and one of my best friends were sitting around watching TV one night, and Comedy Central or whatever, they start advertising South Park, this new show coming out. We're like, no shit. I mean, you could see it coming because I mean but it all started. South Park started because I guess it was George Clooney paid these guys to make this animated thing so that he could give it to all his friends as a Christmas gift. And that's all it was. It was just some celebrity douchebag paid a couple of dudes to animate something. And it was like a celebrity Christmas card that he handed out to all his friends. And then people made copies of that. And then more people made copies. Everybody who got a copy of this in their hand and who had the ability to do so made copies of this to pass out to everybody they knew. And it took off. It went across the entire country and went viral before there was ever any viral. The internet wasn't even really a thing back then. It was, you could email. I mean, we didn't even have email addresses at the Art Institute of Pittsburgh until I graduated. So when this video was going around, I had email and I could get on, I could get on the www and, we had CompuServe, AOL. There were a few others, whatever, America Online, CompuServe. There was a couple of other ones that we used, back in the day. You had a modem. So there was a little bit of internet available. We were getting a little taste of that. America, Instant Messenger. We were all instant messaging each other back then, but you couldn't play video for crying out loud. You could a photograph. You sent somebody a photograph, it would show up on someone's screen and it'd be like, and it would load like line by line by line by line, and it would take like 30 seconds to a minute for a fucking photograph to show up on the screen when you sent it to somebody, let alone a video. You couldn't send video over the internet. Shit, that took a long time. That took a long time to get video going on the internet. It even took longer than it should have. Even when we had the bandwidth to support video, it's still the powers that be when it came to online video. They saw what was happening to our ability to communicate freely and share ideas freely without their interference. And they didn't like that. And they knew that if they just unlocked the gates to let us have video, then it was game over. If we were allowed to just upload video willy-nilly and share videos and video chat with each other without any kind of control mechanism in place, shit's over. And it took a long time. It took even when we all had the bandwidth for it, it was prohibitively expensive. I'm just, this is a random chat tonight. I didn't have any specific topic, but you know me, I can just take something and run with it. So I remember I used to have a freelance business doing, digital marketing for companies, websites, a lot of multimedia and video based stuff. And I had to do a video project once for a Fortune 500 client. And for the audience, to be able to watch this video, I had to upload it to a platform called Akamai and, another video distribution platform. And based on the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, etc., um, when it came down to people being able to watch this video without it choking, I had to cough up like $10,000. And I billed the client for this. It wasn't like I had to eat the cost, but I had to come up with like $5,000 to $10,000 up front out of my pocket, bill my client for it, and get the money back just to be able to host this video for them. Just one video file on a fucking platform. And so, like, Alex Jones was out at the time, and Alex Jones's video costs were $600,000 a month so that you could watch InfoWars videos. Anybody who had a video website with videos in place, tens of thousands of dollars a month, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, is what it cost for the server bandwidth so that people could come and watch your videos, especially if you're into hundreds of thousands and millions of viewers. If you're into millions of viewers, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. If you're into the tens of thousands of viewers, tens of thousands of dollars per month. And then all of a sudden this platform comes along, YouTube. Anybody can upload videos now for free, and anybody can watch them. Millions and millions and millions of people. How? Anybody who was doing what I did back then, video was the internet was internet bandwidth was more than capable of sending and receiving video, be it in streaming form or live video feeds like you're watching right now. The reason why people weren't doing it is because it was expensive. Like, I could put a video up on a client's website, and if 100 people a month were going to watch that video and stream it, I'd be all right. It wouldn't bring the server down. It wouldn't cost me bandwidth. I wouldn't run into overage fees and things like that. So, like, for some clients that, just clients who I was putting up a website and it had some videos, but I knew that, like, they weren't getting millions of views. They weren't getting tens of thousands of views. It was just like an online brochure for a company with some videos. I wasn't worried about it. But if I knew that 10,000 people in a day were going to come and hit that website, I'm going to be screwed, because I'm going to get a bill at the end of the month of thousands of dollars for that. But then once again, YouTube comes along and poof, all of a sudden video's free. How? Oh, just a couple of college dudes started this video platform. Where did they get the fucking money and the wherewithal and the server space and the bandwidth and everything involved to start YouTube, where yesterday it cost $10,000 a month just to put up one video that, tens of thousands of people are going to watch. And tomorrow you can put that video up on YouTube for free and everybody can watch it for free. And they're not making any money. There's no advertising back then. And it's all free. You can just upload videos and you're good to go. And that's totally fine now. That's what we're doing now. It's all free. And anybody in the world can do it. Billions of people can all of a sudden just upload videos and everybody can watch it for free. Where did all that fucking money come from? Where did all that money? I know where it came from. We all know where it came from. So a lot of these companies, a lot of these tech companies, we talked about Facebook a couple of weeks ago being funded by DARPA and by the military. The government funded all of these companies into existence. The government funded Google itself. When YouTube came out, it was its own entity. Google bought them at some point. But before Google even bought YouTube, they were huge. Where the fuck did they come up with the millions and millions and possibly even more, tens of millions of dollars that would have taken to just set up the server space so that millions of people all over the world can just upload their videos and millions of people can watch them. When just a couple of days ago, for me to put up one video for a client, I had to pay like 10 grand so that 100,000 people could watch it. But all of a sudden, this company comes out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, they can just, now video's free. Bullshit. Bullshit. Why do you think that there's no viable competitor to this fucking platform, YouTube, to this day? Because they were given a head start. They were funded by our government, by the military, to be a monopoly, to get such a head start on the rest of the what would be the competition, that the costs to build something to be able to compete with that are counterintuitive and prohibitive. And think about it. Google is the number one search engine on earth. You know what the number two search engine, the number two place where people search for things out of all the places where you can search on the internet is YouTube, which is owned by Google. But YouTube is considered the number two search engine on earth. And that's just search. That's just people going to search for things. And that's been like that for decades now. But these companies were all funded by the military. They were, millions, billions of dollars just dumped into these companies so that they would come out the winner. So that anybody else who wanted to put their own money in their own deep pockets into it would end up just draining all the money out of their deep pockets and get nowhere, because the Pentagon and DARPA has much deeper pockets than any of us. Even if you think Elon Musk is the richest guy on earth, like so many people come up with like, oh, Elon Musk is going to be the first trillionaire. No, he's not. If you think that the richest person on earth is somebody whose name that you're already misinformed. There are people that make Elon Musk look like a fucking pauper. You just don't know their name, and that's on purpose. You got to look at like the Rothschild family, number one. Anybody in the Rothschild family makes Elon Musk look poor. There are people out here who own Kim Jong-un, for fuck's sake. He owns a fucking country and every human being in it. Does Elon Musk own a fucking country and all the millions of people that live in it are his slaves? No. Kim Jong-un owns North Korea. That's his property. And everybody who is in that country is property of him. You don't think that he's richer than you can't put that fucking shit together and figure out that the guy who owns a whole fucking country and millions of people, that he literally owns them, they are his property. You don't think that he's richer than Elon Musk? You think Elon Musk is richer than that? Elon Musk doesn't own a fucking country and everybody in it. He pretends to own a bunch of companies, but that's all bullshit too. He's just a fucking cartoon character that they made up to be the CEO. We've talked about this. Have you ever seen an actual CEO run an actual company, let alone a big company? Like, I've worked with many CEOs in my career. I've personally known CEOs of banks, CEOs of corporations. I've worked side by side with them, had fucking weekly meetings with them to show that to have to be accountable to these people for the projects that I'm doing for them. Like small CEOs of small companies with 20 people, CEOs of companies with thousands of employees. Do you understand that to run a fucking company, if you're an actual CEO, you don't really get a break. You're pretty much 24/7 on the clock. You don't really do the work, but you're constantly on the phone, you're constantly in meetings, you're constantly talking to people, you're the public face of the company. No matter what happens, if some bullshit happens in the middle of the night, you got to run out, put on a fucking suit, get in front of the cameras and be the spokesperson for the company. You can't drop the ball. Yeah, you might own a yacht, but when you're out on your fucking yacht out in the fucking ocean, you're on your phone, you're on your Zoom meetings, you're on your satellite phone. You don't get to sit down and just be a fucking person. And that's just one CEO of one company, and that could be a company of like 50 employees. You don't get a fucking break. Like, that's the job of CEO. You make a bunch of money, you run shit, but you don't really get a day off. You don't get a vacation. You don't get time off. You don't get to just go off into the wilderness and go on a camping trip for a few days and hope that everything is fine. Like, no, you put in your fucking dues, and then, you get to retire at some point and walk away from that. You don't The CEO of Apple doesn't get a fucking break. He's quitting. But, he probably looked at Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs just ground it out until he died of cancer, until the day he died. Tim Cook's like, you know what? I think I just want to, I got all this gray hair now. I'm old. I just want to fucking enjoy some of my life. I don't want to be the fucking CEO anymore. I'm rich. The fuck do I need any more money for? I'm going to die soon. Maybe as well just go on vacation for a while. Let somebody else be CEO now. And that's what Jeff Bezos did. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to go find this fucking whore with the big fake tits, build fucking rocket ships, and play with my money now for the rest of my life. Let this other fucking douchebag be CEO and run my company into the ground because I don't give a fuck. I'm rich, biatch. And he's got so much money, he'd never lose it. So that's what CEO is. But now you got this guy, this fucking cartoon character, Elon Musk, going on Joe Rogan smoking a fucking joint. And he's the CEO of what, 8 fucking companies? He's running SpaceX and Tesla. He has a rocket ship company. He has an automobile company. He has a tunneling under the ground company, a satellite company. What is it? Starlink. That's 4 of the companies. What are the other? He's got more than that. And I can't even list all the fucking companies that he's supposedly the CEO of. And yet he's always out doing celebrity shit. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to fly to China with Donald Trump and go to a bunch of meetings in China now. And then I'm going to go to the Elon Musk is going to have a box seat at the UFC cage fight on the White House lawn." Like, he's not running any fucking companies. He's on Joe Rogan smoking a fucking joint on Tuesday, and he's sitting watching the fucking cage fight at the White House on Thursday or whatever day that's going to fucking be. He's flying to China with Donald Trump to go get drunk with a bunch of Chineses on Saturday. And then he's back doing some other celebrity shit on next Tuesday. He doesn't fucking run a company. Like, what the fuck? Oh, X. That was another one. That's company number 5. So we got the space rocket ship company, the satellite company, internet company, the automobile company, the fucking ground tunneling, digging through the dirt company, and oh yeah, X, formerly Twitter. There's 5 of his fucking companies, and I know there's more. Oh yeah, he's the CEO of all that shit. He's running all that shit. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. He ain't running a goddamn thing. He's a fucking cartoon character that just, like, nobody knows who actually runs any of this shit or does, like, any of his companies. He just shows up to a meeting like once a month and, puts on a show. Oh, the CEO's here. Everybody's got to look like they're working today because Elon Musk is here, watching everybody, looking to fire somebody and make a big show out of it today, yell at some people about some shit, and then go smoke a joint with Joe Rogan at the end of that, or whatever the fuck he's going to do when he gets out of here today. Elon Musk isn't running a fucking company. He might have some money invested in these things, but he's not running it. He's not running it. You think that motherfucker knows how to build rocket ships and cars and satellites that fucking give you internet, and knows how to run a social media company, and knows how to run, whatever the other fucking thing is? Jesus Christ. 6 fucking companies. One guy. When a CEO of a real company doesn't have a fucking life running one fucking company. And that don't, and that's even if your company is only 50 people. You don't have you're in your life is fucking busy. Busy. You're a busy little bee. If you're the CEO of one company with 50 employees, you don't have a life. You're not going to do all this fucking celebrity bullshit. When you're the CEO of a company with 50 people, you got CEO shit to do. You got responsibilities and stuff, right? But no, Elon Musk is just, oh, let me go fly over to Joe Rogan's house and smoke a joint. And then I'm going to go to the UFC cage fight tomorrow. And then I'm going to do some other celebrity bullshit. And I'll be seen at this nightclub dancing with a fucking stripper. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're not a fucking CEO of shit. You may be an investor, but you ain't a fucking CEO of nothing. You ain't running a goddamn thing. I don't know. Like, anybody who thinks that dude's in charge of some shit is a fucking idiot. Like, I just broke it down with logic and reasoning. Nobody runs seven fucking companies. like, use your common sense. You basically, you're like Mr. Burns and you've got Smithers. So he's kind of like Mr. Burns, but he's like the cool guy, Mr. Burns, right? And he shows up to, Tesla comes out with a new fucking car. Elon Musk gets on the stage and dances around. And Mark Cuban would be a shitty president. He's a dickhead on that. He's a dickhead on Shark Tank. You think I want him to be president? But he's another one. Like, yeah, Mark Cuban. He owns a basketball? What does he own? He owns some sort of sports ball team, and he's also owns all these other businesses. He don't run any of that shit. He just makes a few phone calls here and there. And like I said, like when Tesla has a new car, the Cybertruck, Elon Musk shows up to get up on stage and dance around and hit the side of the truck with a baseball bat and talk about the truck and blah, blah, blah. But he didn't do anything. He didn't do any of that. He wasn't running shit. He shows up for the celebrity part. And then he goes off to smoke another joint with Joe Rogan, go to the cage fights, whatever whatever celebrity shit he's going to do today. He's not running companies. Mark Cuban's doing more to run businesses than Elon Musk is doing to run a business. I would assume that much. But you don't run that. You don't have that many fucking companies under your belt and actually run anything. You're like Mr. Burns. You hire Smithers. You basically have a Smithers at each company that answers to you, possibly, or the shareholders, or the board. There's multiple people involved. It's not just Elon Musk. There's a board. There's multiple people that whoever runs these companies, whoever's actually in charge of this shit, answers to Elon Musk and some other people and shareholders and board members and whatever. It's not a free for all. If Elon Musk died tomorrow, none of his companies would skip a beat. They wouldn't even notice he was gone. Other than, I guess we don't got to put up with this asshole showing up on a random Tuesday to fire people and put on a show. Like, you'd probably take a sigh of relief for a minute. And all these companies would just become their own thing and, go on their merry way or get acquired by some other company or merge, acquisition, whatever their way, they're not going anywhere. They don't need him. They don't need him anymore. None of them need him. It's kind of like, you think Gordon Ramsay cooks anymore? He's you got these celebrity chefs, right? Gordon Ramsay, he ran a bunch of restaurants. He probably you can tell he came up the ranks working in kitchens. Listen to him talk. You don't learn to talk like that if you didn't get abused being a line cook at some point in I guarantee you Gordon Ramsay started out as a fucking line cook or something at the bottom of the barrel. And he learned to talk the talk. Because that's how everybody talked to him. They told him he was a worthless piece of shit. I can't fucking believe you call this risotto, you fucking scumbag, and blah, 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 and this and that. And then he grew up to, he got to the top of the restaurant. and started treating everybody below him the way he was treated when he was at the bottom. And it's just the way it goes. That's how restaurants are. You can tell he came up through that. But you think that motherfucker cooks a meal now? You think he cooks? I mean, he might cook some shit himself just because of his high standards, and he probably cooks a lot of his own food that he eats himself just because he doesn't trust anybody to do it. But he's too busy doing celebrity shit all day long to he's probably got tons of people cooking shit for him that he bitches and complains about all the time because it's not as good as he thinks it should be. But he's probably I would be willing to bet he don't cook that. He probably doesn't cook as much as you think he does. He shows up to put on a show in front of the cameras and pretend that he's cooking and whatnot. And I'm not saying that he's a bad cook. But he's at the point in his career, he's at a certain level. He don't have to fucking do any of that anymore. He tells other people what to do. Screams and yells at them, swears, cusses. A lot of that's just for show too. He's probably not as big of an ass. I mean, I'm assuming, because I don't know. I'd assume that when the cameras are off, he might not be as big of an asshole as he portrays himself to be in front of the cameras on the TV. I think you could say that about me too sometimes. Like I'll be a bigger asshole on YouTube and especially on X than I am face to face and in real life a lot of times. Sometimes. That's what the judge said in my case. He said I'm an internet bully and I have no problem saying things to people across the internet that I would never say in front of them face to face because I'm just a piece of shit internet bully. And then you're going to prison for 2 years. So here I am now. I'm like, you know what? I wanted to come home from prison. I wanted to just put my life back together, keep my mouth shut, not talk about the government anymore, just kind of put my head down, do something useful with my life. And fuck, they wouldn't even let me get a job at Burger King when I was doing that. I went out, I did the right thing. I went looking for a job. I said I was sorry. I groveled. I got on my hands and knees and begged for forgiveness and all that shit. And all I got for that was thrown out into the street to be homeless and applying to 1,000 fucking jobs without even being able to get a job at Burger King or Target or fucking Walmart or any big boy job too. I mean, I got hired at multiple 6-figure jobs now only to be told never mind when they ran the background check and saw that I have a criminal record, even though I was upfront about it and they already knew. So it wasn't until I finally just said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to be whatever the fuck I want to be now and say whatever the fuck I want to say and just be the most obnoxious. Like, I'm just going to let my obnoxious dickhead side just come full frontal, full, right to the front. Fuck it. No more fucks to give. And then everything started to work out in my life. Like, the more I lean into that side of me, the more things work out. So I guess, what am I supposed to do? Not do what works? And it's like that on X. We could do some live shit posting tonight. I found another post that would be worth sharing. Some controversy or whatever. But I finally just came up with a system for shit posting on X that doesn't take up a lot of my time. I can put in an hour and I can get like 30 new followers for an hour of my time. Tens of thousands of impressions and views and reposts and shares and comments. And I get all kinds of fights going. But the more obnoxious and the more of an asshole I am on X, the more it took off. When I was just trying to be like, oh, I just want to show my photography and be, a nice guy. Nobody gave a fuck about me. But I became a fucking internet asshole. And boom, that shit's taken off. I'm almost to 1,000 followers now. I'm gonna be, I would say within 3 weeks, I'll have more followers on X than I have on YouTube. And I'm putting in like an hour a day. Maybe an hour. Sometimes it's just when I'm sitting, like I went and hung out with my friends last weekend. We had a little bit of a pork belly taco dinner with my friend and his wife and her friends and family, or I don't even know what you call them, but the regular people that all hang out together, and we all went over and had dinner together. But on the way to and from, there wasn't much conversation going on. So I opened up my phone, start dropping some shit posts on X. Next thing I know, I've got like 15,000 impressions and all these comments coming back at me and all this stuff going back and forth and uh, 20 new followers and blah, blah, blah. And it was just what I did sitting in the car going on a ride for 20 minutes. I can't. I can put up 400 videos here on YouTube and I won't even get one new subscriber now because of the shadow ban lock. They got my channel on lockdown. I have over 400 videos on this channel now. And for 20 months, YouTube has locked my subscriber count to where I won't get a single new subscriber in 20 fucking months. I could put a brand new channel up and use a VPN and use a different computer. Like I'd have to do so many different things so that they wouldn't be able to trace it back to me owning the channel. I could put up a video of a fucking goldfish swimming in a bowl. And I would get more than 100 subscribers in a span of 20 months. Just 100 people would watch a goldfish swimming in a fucking bowl. Because YouTube would promote it and it would get enough impressions that who fucking knows? That might be the most retarded shit I could even come up with. And it might get 10 million subscribers of one video with a goldfish swimming in a fucking bowl. But here I am saying some real stuff to you guys and talking about things they don't want you to hear. They're going to make sure that I work week after week after week after week and upload 500 more videos and I won't get one new subscriber on this channel. And I just listened to another creator on YouTube. He's got 82,000 subscribers right now. He's up in Jamestown, New York. And some of you know who it is. You've already told me you know who I'm talking about. I'll say it. Fuck it. Eek Acres is the name of the guy's channel. And I'm trying to connect him with my client that lives in Jamestown because I think they would get along. But, I can only do what I can do from here. Fuck, if they don't want to, if they don't want to talk to each other, even though they're fucking neighbors, fine. So either way, YouTube, they flagged me for spreading disinformation when I told you all that COVID was a scam. And that was the end of it. Boom, channel locked down. We're never going to grow again. We're never going to show your videos to anybody ever again. We're never going to let you grow. And the same thing happened to that guy. He said he's been for 6 straight months. He's been locked at 82,000 subscribers. And what'll happen is 100 people will show up as new followers. And then he'll wake up one day and 200 are gone all of a sudden. And then 50 will show up. And then a couple days later, 150 are gone or whatever. And he says it just kind of stays within 100. It stays within 100 up or down from 82,000 for 6 straight months. And that's not normal. That's not without active suppression on someone's channel because YouTube can flip a switch. They've already admitted it to me in a YouTube meeting. I think there's one of these fucking things tomorrow. Let me look. I might actually, I don't know what I'm going to do. Because I'm basically talking to the blue-haired tranny brigade, the they, thems, and the people with the pronouns on their fucking LinkedIn profiles and shit. So it's like, you think I'm gonna get along with any of those people? And if I start running my mouth, is it gonna do anything to help my cause? Probably not. But I'm observant, and it's tomorrow morning. I might show up. We'll see. It's kind of a waste of time. So I don't even know. I don't know. It has nothing to do with any kind of fear of it because I've already done this. I've already ran my mouth in these meetings, but it doesn't go anywhere. They just gaslight you and they just go, a lot of them will make a face because they all got their cameras turned on and shit. And some of them will make a face he's controversial. and I'll just run my mouth because I have no fucks to give. And I'll just say it like it is. And, but I've heard so many creators say the same exact thing. You get to a certain point and then you say something that causes them to flag a video or something you'll see it happen and you'll look at your analytics and poof, your impression count which is the most important thing in all of your analytics, the number of impressions is every time YouTube shows your video thumbnail to another user, doom scrolling, anytime your thumbnail shows up for somebody's eyes to see, that counts as an impression. So if you post a video and YouTube gives it 50 to 100 impressions and lets it die, then nobody's ever going to know you've posted a fucking video. And you're never going to find a new subscriber. People who would enjoy your content, whatever it is, if you're an asshole like me or you do something else, if they don't show it to anybody, nobody sees it. And your channel doesn't grow. That's how they control. That's how the whole shadow ban works. They just turn off impressions. Don't show it to anybody. Boom. You can post videos all day long. We won't kick you off the platform. We won't even delete your videos. But good luck, because we're not going to show them to anybody. Even the people that would be, because I know other creators who talk about the same stuff I do, but they started earlier than me. So when they got shut off by YouTube, they already had tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of subscribers before YouTube flipped that switch. And yeah, Eek Acres, I like the guy. I mean, some people don't like him. I saw a video the other, because the shit comes up in my feed. So somebody was shit talking the guy the other day. It popped up in my feed, and I was like, what does this guy have to say? And just an asshole talking shit about the guy. He said a couple of valid things, but I'm like, because, there's nobody out there that I like and agree with 100% of what they say. Even the people I like, I disagree with. And I can say bad things about anybody. But there's a difference. But that doesn't mean I won't stop watching their channel just because they said something I didn't agree with or thought was stupid or whatever. That doesn't stop me from being interested in somebody's work. Because, you're not going to agree. There's nobody. I have my best friend and I don't agree on everything. I mean, we agree on a lot, and we're good friends. We've been friends since we were like 15 years old or something like that. But we've had beef. We've almost gotten into fist fights before. So, but we're still friends. That's how it goes. And so I know that there's other people out there who would watch the stuff I put out. What can I do? What do I have control over? I can't control what YouTube does. So my strategy right now is I just put up a video today, that 35-day. I'm going to get to what you just asked me, Dave Gass, but about the house, the bug situation, the Volkswagen. I talked about this all last week. I guess you just had, better things to do than hang out with us. But it's all good. I'll talk about it again because, we're all here. But first, I'm just going to say, YouTube's, we all know that they play games. They're not about free speech. It's, the blue-haired liberal they-them brigade controlling what they-them want you to see. Just a bunch of fucking douchebags. It's run by douchebags. Excuse me, I gotta... If I turn on the air conditioner... Oh! Whew! I went down the wrong pipe a little bit. If I turn on the air conditioner, it's too much background noise. And it shakes the wall and it does weird things. And so I leave it off when I do these live streams and video. But it's hot now in Houston. We're in the heat. It's like 90 degrees every day, probably. I don't mind it, but I got to drink a lot of water because the temp is going up right now. So what do I have control over? I can't control what YouTube does. I could start a brand new channel and start from scratch. There's things that I could do, but YouTube will just know that it's me and they'll suppress it just because I'm on their naughty list. So, but I have a client right now and he's paying me to improve and update his YouTube channel now. I helped him write a book. I helped him get the book published. I helped him build up his website. I feel like I need to put in a lot more time there. But he, I tell him, I said, look, I don't need you to tell me what to do. You tell me how many hours you want me to bill you for every week, and I'll put those to work and keep building your stuff, because it's a never-ending project. My thing is that, but you can steer the ship. If you want me to go a certain direction, um, if you want me to go a certain direction, you steer the ship. And so he's got me on his YouTube channel now, which is where it should be, because that's what's going to get people to start. He's kind of a local celebrity up in Jamestown, Buffalo, Western New York, and a lot of people know this guy. But he's a really cool dude. He's not an asshole like me. His content will take off. I've seen other people on YouTube speak in his same language who have, hundreds of thousands of followers. He's got 60 right now. In fact, you should go follow him. In fact, let me send you the link. See if I can get him a few subscribers tonight. I'll pin it to the thing. Just give me a second here. Boom, here we go. Now, he's got some pretty good videos up here. So I'm going to pin that. I'll pin this one. Oops, hold on. Let me pin this so that it's there. And I'll plug it a few more times. Replace pinned message. His book hasn't taken off, but it has nothing. Everybody who reads it likes it. But if you click on that pinned link there, go subscribe to his. He's got 64 subscribers. Now he's got like 5,000 subscribers on his Facebook platform that watch his videos, and that's where it all came from. But he's never been able to get anything going on YouTube, but he hasn't been consistent either. So I'm trying to help him with that. And so I've got scheduled videos for the next 3 weeks, long format videos that are about 10 to 15 minutes long. And I'm doing shorts videos from some of his long interviews that he does. Now he's got this guy. I'm going to share my screen. He's got this guy, Dr. Ralph Walton. They did this interview. He's one of the people that wrote the foreword to his book. But this guy right here, if you go this one with the 60 Minutes interview, this guy was on 60 Minutes with Mike Wallace back in the day. He was the whistleblower. He was like one of the medical people that challenged the establishment and got aspartame taken off the shelves, talking about how aspartame, in his experience, he's a psychiatrist, and aspartame was causing people to have mental disorders. And he did a double-blind study and all this stuff about aspartame. And so there's a bunch of content with him in there. And this is a long format interview done at this place called the Chautauqua Institution. It's a pretty well-known, famous place that rich people go to listen to each other talk. And he did a presentation there, and they mixed in all the clips from the 60 Minutes interview with Mike Wallace. So that's a long video. And then this other video is kind of about my buddy Kurt talking about his new book. But also Ralph Walton's sitting there, and they get into discussions about the aspartame and a whole bunch of other stuff. And so he's got some good stuff, and he talks about a lot of cool things, and he's a really cool dude, and people like him, and he's a real likable guy. And I just think, he never really put anything into YouTube. So we're trying to get his Facebook followers to come over to YouTube and watch some stuff here. But anyway, the point I'm making with that is that it's forcing me to do some work with videos and get into uploading shorts. Shorts videos can only be 3 minutes long on YouTube. All the other platforms that do the short vertical videos that are TikTok copycats, you can do longer videos on all the other platforms, but YouTube forces them to be 3 minutes. In fact, I uploaded one video that was 2 minutes and 59 seconds with a few extra frames, and YouTube transcoded it as 3 minutes and 1 second. and they blocked it from being uploaded to shorts. So I had to go back and find a second to take out of the edit to repost it. Um, Actually, tomorrow, the first of many shorts videos will be showing up on his shorts feed. So he's only got 4 short videos up there. But what I'm doing is taking some of these long format videos because he's got a lot of them. And this is his most recent one. I made 6 3-minute long or shorter videos, shorts, vertical clips from this interview because this interview is an hour and a half long. I made 6 shorts out of it so far. By the time I'm done chopping this thing up into shorts, I might have 20 different shorts that are all interesting. The the hardest thing to figure out with shorts in that format is I'm taking an hour and a half long interview, right? And there'll be 9 minutes, sometimes not 9 to 15-minute segments where they tell a story beginning to end in the span of 9 minutes, 15 minutes. And I've got to cut that down and compress it to 3 minutes or less, preferably less, but it's hard to get 15 minutes of stuff down to 3. And so I have to so the first time I'll mark the video, I'll cut the beginning and end of what they're talking about, a segment, 15 minutes. Then I'll go through and listen and watch and do a pass, and I'll cut out the parts that really don't need to be there. Because they're like me. We can go on a tangent. We can start talking about one thing, start talking about something completely else, and then the train comes back to the station and we're back to the subject at hand. And they'll do that. Yeah, it's a free form conversation. It's not scripted. So I can cut some things out. And let's say it started out as 15 minutes. I get it down to 9 minutes. And I've cut out a lot of fluff that didn't need to be in there. But now I still got 9 minutes. I got to get it down to 3. Cut some more out. Tighten it up. It gets down to 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Now I'm at the point where I've watched it a few times, right? And I know this part has to be in there no matter what. This other thing that so-and-so said has to be in there, uncut, unedited, has to be in the final cut, no matter what. But then there's these other parts. I'm like, well, I really want that to be in there, but maybe it doesn't have to be. And I'll just keep watching it over and over. And I just chop out anything that I'm like, that doesn't add to the story. Cut it out. Get another 10 seconds out. And then it gets down to where I'm like, okay, it's down to 4 minutes. I still got to get a minute out of this thing to get it down to 3. So now I'm going through and I'm watching, and anytime they stutter, like somebody goes, I'll cut it. Cut the ums and the and the and the pauses out. Get myself 30 seconds. Sometimes I get myself 30 seconds out of an edit by cutting out those and splicing them together and just, finagling the audio. There's a lot of jump cuts, but people are used to seeing jump cuts in a 3-minute long video like that. They know. I have an overlay in the shorts videos that when you see these, you'll see an overlay that says go to his website for the full interview. I'm taking an hour and a half long interview and giving you a 3-minute clip. So yeah, jump cuts. I'm not trying to make them look, it's obviously edited, but it's 3 minutes. And so here I am cutting out another, more each pass. I'm cutting out more and more. Maybe somebody queued up an introduction and I'm like, we don't even need the introduction. We can just have the guy start right in with it. Cut the introduction out. There's 10 seconds. Boom. Got 10 seconds there. Somebody said something at the end. I'm like, it doesn't have to, I can cut that out. All right. So I keep going through and chopping out until I get it down to 3 minutes or less. And this particular video that I'm chopping these out of had multiple camera angles. So they're constantly switching the camera to different views. and I'm cropping it down to a vertical format. So I got to shift the video side to side in that vertical window to keep everything centered, or to have it. So there's a whole lot of crap I have to do to make a 3-minute video. It's gotten down to where I can take that and cut it up into a short in like 2 hours, maybe three total to get it up, all the metadata and everything. But 3 hours of my time to make one 3-minute long short video from an hour and a half long interview. But there are other videos like my live stream tonight. So I have my shorts editing flow going strong. Like I have all the templates in place. I have my Premiere workspace set up for doing this. How like how, all the glitches and like exporting it the way I want it to be exported, and how to make a title slide, how to do this, how YouTube Shorts is fucking stupid. You can't upload a thumbnail image for a shorts video. You actually have to open up the YouTube app on a phone. So I have to open up YouTube app on my phone, go to his account, log in as him, go to the video and choose the frame that I want to be the thumbnail image of the short video. So I've set up all the short videos so that frame 1 is the thumbnail. And I just came out with a way to fade everything in and out of each other, and I did it just because I couldn't have a thumbnail image that I upload. When you put up a regular YouTube video, you can upload a PNG or a JPEG or whatever file you have that you want to be the thumbnail and just upload it. And but no, they don't let you do that for shorts, which is fucking stupid. But you know, everything YouTube does sucks. So they made it shitty. So so anyway, I had to go through the learning pains and that process of learning certain things, getting a workflow in place. The first one I did took like 5 hours. I'm down to like 2 hours and pop now. But if I take my videos, because the camera is the same, I got one camera here, I got this camera, and sometimes I share whatever's on my screen, and sometimes I share my screen with me in the corner. That's it. So I don't have as much stuff I don't have to mess with converting this to a vertical format as much as I would have to do for this one video, this hour and a half video. I think there's like 5 or 6 different camera angles that they switch back and forth to as this video plays. And I constantly have to, every cut that I make, I also have to center the frame into the vertical format. And it's tedious. It's just a lot of tedious stuff. And so those take longer than they should. But like I said, other videos where it's just somebody sitting in front of a camera talking one-on-one like this, it's a lot easier to, like, I can crop this out vertically with just me looking at you guys, looking into the camera. And I don't, every time I make a cut or squish things together to make a 3-minute short video, I don't have to like reposition I don't have to reposition the view every single time. Like I'll probably have like 2 values, the X coordinate of what it's supposed to be, but I pretty much keep everything centered. So the only thing I might have to mess around with from time to time is if I'm sharing my screen and want to do that in a clip, or I might I might throw some extra stuff in the edits or whatever. But I'm going to start making shorts videos and putting them up on my channel, where I go into some crazy ass rant, or I already know I tell a story here and there that, nobody wants to sit around and watch a 3-hour video when I put up a 3-hour long video. But if I take some of the funny parts or some of the good parts or tell a story in a minute up to 3 minutes, because that's the cap for a YouTube short is 3 minutes maximum. Can't be 3 minutes and 1 second. It has to be under 3. So it's kind of a nice constraint because it forces your hand to do whatever you have to do to make it fit. And for me, that's a good thing because I wouldn't know. Even the ones that I'm doing for my client, I would want to make them like 8 minutes long. And you can do that on Facebook. You can do that on Instagram. You can do that on TikTok. TikTok, I think you can have an hour-long video. But by forcing them to be 3 minutes, it'll help with those short attention span people. So I'm taking all these shorts videos that I'm doing for this client. I'm going to start dumping them to Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all over the place. And I'm going to get as much traction out of all these videos as I can for him. And they'll get views on Facebook for sure, because he already has an audience there. So I'm trying to get people to go to his website. The next thing I have to put on his website is a prominent banner close to the top of his homepage, if not in the top navigation bar itself. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, like the major links to his social media channels right there, so that it's front and center for people, so that they see it right away. Either right below the hero banner on the homepage or up in the top navigation, but you don't see the top navigation when you're on a phone. It's got a hamburger menu that pops down. So it might make more sense to put, it could be in both. But I got to figure that. I got to add, these are all just to-dos on a never-ending to-do list for this project. But it's giving me a workflow. I'm getting paid by a client to do this for him, but it's also helping me get my thoughts together and my act together and my routines down so that I can do this efficiently myself. When I started doing X, and when I finally just made up my mind I was going to put time into X and actually grow an audience there and be the most obnoxious. Like, if you think I'm obnoxious here on YouTube, I'm taking it to another level on X. But that's what works on that platform. The more retarded and obnoxious you are, the more people start following you and pay attention to you. And all I'm doing is shit talking and posting memes. And I'm just, I'm not going to say anything that makes the FBI come drive a tank into my house. But yeah, I mean, from what I understand, I might get tons and tons of views on shorts, especially some of the stuff I'm planning on sharing there. And I'm just going to grab random videos, these live streams or videos that I've uploaded, and just, there's ways I can use AI. Like I can take a transcript of a video, put it into Grok, and say, pick out the key moments that would make good shorts from this transcript. And it gives me places to jump. I have a 3-hour video with a transcript. I don't want to watch this thing for 3 hours to find the best parts. But I might remember what I said last night. And I might know what to search for in the transcript. And I might be able to zero in on a topic that I might be able to jump right to a spot in the video and say, there's my short that I want to pull out. And so I'll get better at this, but I'm going to start focusing on putting up shorts. And what I'm going to do with mine is the same thing. I'm going to make the short for YouTube to try and get my YouTube channel unstuck. But I'm also going to start posting those shorts on TikTok and X, because X's algorithm will give you a boost if you start posting videos, because they're trying to get more people into posting videos, because it's not really a video platform. So they give people who post videos extra love in the algorithm just for the fact that you're posting videos. And so I'll get play. I'm closing in on 1,000 subscribers there. And so the shorts videos that I put up will have something in the overlay to come to my website or come to my YouTube channel for more. And maybe I can siphon some subscribers off of X and just kind of trick the YouTube algorithm into taking the shadow ban away. Or not. I don't know. But I got to do something instead of just the same. They say the definition of insanity is when you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. Well, it's not working. So I'm not going to keep doing the same thing. But I just had to, time is a factor for me right now. So I don't have time to just tinker with YouTube all day. I'm not some rich guy with an inheritance that I can just play in a sandbox all day and hope I get paid for it one of these days. I gotta do things that put money in the bank, put food on my head, and all that before I can, just do work for free. So But I've got plans. And so I put up a video today for members only for today. Tomorrow at some point, I might not even remember tomorrow. It's at some point I'm going to log in and I'll turn it live. But it was that 35-day rise and grind challenge that I did. I put up video number 35 or day 35. I didn't put up a video every single day during that 5 weeks, but there was a video that I recorded the day after 35 days, but it needed a quick edit at the end that I couldn't do on my phone. And plus, I was busy. I've been busy. It's been 3 weeks since that ended. And I've been really busy because that rise and grind got me grinding on stuff. And for the last 3 weeks, I've been grinding out a lot of stuff. And I've actually been more productive in the last few weeks because I was doing that, because I kind of kick-started something. And so I've been busy in the last few weeks. And so I just didn't get that video up. And, my videos are getting like 100 views. So there's a part of me that just doesn't care enough about it. Sometimes when I take a pause and I don't put up a video for a while, I get a lot more views on the next video I push for whatever reason. I don't know. But so that, who knows? But I'll make that go live tomorrow at some point. And I'm only going to turn on ads at the beginning of it. I'm not going to have that. I'm not going to put ads throughout the video. Sometimes I do that where I'll just have it play an ad when you open the video, but not, every 5 minutes, or I don't know how often they slip them in because I watch YouTube with Brave. So I don't watch ads. I don't watch ads on anybody's video because if you use the right web browser, and they're constantly, YouTube and Brave and the ad blockers are constantly fighting with each other, YouTube will block the ad blockers, then the ad blockers block YouTube again, and then YouTube turns around and blocks the ad blockers again, and they just keep going back and forth with each other, having a pissing contest. But if you use Brave, for the most part, you don't have to watch ads. It's baked into the web browser. If you use Firefox, you'll have to use uBlock Origin and some of the other ad blockers and configure plugins and stuff like that. And if you use Chrome, which is owned by Google, which owns YouTube, you're fucked because Chrome has basically disabled all the ad blocker plugins. So you can't even install them anymore because Chrome has blocked them. But the other web browsers, Chrome is just becoming a terrible web browser in general. They're losing market share because people are just getting tired of Chrome, and it's bloated, buggy, and a performance drag on your computer. People are switching to Brave and Firefox, generally Firefox, but it's still going to take a long time for them to lose all their market share. But web browsers do actually kind of go back and forth. You can watch somebody even made movies about which web browser has the most market share over time, making like a bar graph that changes, month after month. And it'll show like Netscape Navigator was all the way out front. And then this little Internet Explorer thing shows up. And then that became the biggest one. And then Chrome came out and started out nowhere. And all of a sudden Chrome became the number one web browser, and Netscape was gone. Firefox came in, Opera, a little bump, but they never went, they never got that big. But Safari's in there in the mix, plus mobile browsers and stuff like that. But one place where no company has ever been able to get a solid foothold like YouTube has over online video content is web browsers. Nobody's ever been able to take over web browsers for more than a year or two. It doesn't take long. If you're the number one web browser in the world and you have huge market share, a few years down the road, it's going to die because something else is going to come out that's better. I dig sheet. You still doing gig work? Yeah, I'm doing freelance jobs. My whole life is nothing but a hustle. Like I have the most complicated Quicken account for somebody who's not even a thousandaire that you've ever seen in your life. I've got I have to look at and reconcile like 20 different accounts. And I had to switch from doing it in a Notion database to Quicken because it would just be a little bit quicker for me to handle, and it got a little bit easier. Not a lot, but it's certainly a better tool. I have to use Firefox with Quicken because it's web based and there's no the desktop version of Quicken doesn't. It's not the same. I have to have something in the cloud where I can access it from a phone or a web browser. But I can't do it in Chrome or Brave because it's too slow and buggy. But if I run it in Firefox, it's lightning fast and it's very quick and it's smooth. And I don't know why, but Chrome's a terrible web browser. That's and Brave is Chromium based, so Brave is based on Chrome's guts. But Google has open source stuff, and Chromium is the open source version of Chrome. But it's open source. You can download the SDK, the whole code package, and you can bastardize it and change it around to be whatever you want it to be. And that's what Brave did when they built Brave on top of open source Chrome. So from like a web developer standpoint, it's nice for me because generally I only have to test websites out in a few web browsers now. It used to be a shit show because every web browser would render pages differently. Now they've gotten to where things are standardized enough that I don't have to put in as much time testing every single thing I do in 15 different web browsers across 4 different platforms anymore. It's more like as long as it works in Firefox, Safari, and Chrome on a Mac, I can pretty much assume that it works good on Windows without having to test it on Windows. And then I can open it up on a phone and there's times where I see bugs on the phone that don't show up even in a narrow view on a web browser on a desktop. Some bugs only present themselves in the actual mobile browsers. There's an iPhone simulator for Mac OS that you can run, so I can look at Safari on an iPhone and I can set it up to be an iPhone, an iPad, all the different screen sizes, landscape and vertical, and it's going to match whatever you would see on an iPhone. So I don't need an actual iPhone in my hand to test that stuff with. But nothing's ever going to be perfect either. So yeah, Brave is downloaded. Go to Google and type in Brave. Go to DuckDuckGo. All you gotta do is type in the word Brave, and it's gonna take you right there. It's the most privacy-based web browser. You will run into problems though from time to time because there's so many. Like Brave blocks cookies and all kinds of stuff. Ad blockers, cookie blockers. It's privacy-based, so it's basically runs in shields up mode all the time so that they're not taking your private data from you. But certain websites and apps won't work because of the security baked into Brave, and you'll either have to turn that off in Brave in order to be able to use the website or whatever it is, or you'll have to switch to a different website for certain things that you do. Quicken was one of them. For whatever reason, the Chromium browsers, when I use Quicken, it's like so unbearably slow that it makes me want to throw a temper tantrum. But if I open it up in Firefox, it's lightning fast. And I don't really know why. That doesn't make any sense to me, but there's something in their source code that Chrome doesn't like. And it's just the way it is. So I don't care. I only have to use it for one thing and it doesn't matter. Fine. I have all the browsers installed. It's just, okay, fine. I open up Firefox for something. There's websites that I log into for credit cards and banks that don't work in Brave. I have to go to Chrome. Some of them I have to use Chrome for because they won't even work in Firefox. When I fill out my stupid ass probation report for the probation officer every month, I have to do it in Chrome. It won't work in any other web browser. So it's nothing's perfect, especially these days. So that was a long-winded talk about Dave Gass was asking, how's the house, the bug situation, the Volkswagen. Um, House is all right. That's coming along. Like I keep saying, when I get my house, Better Homes and Gardens clean and not like clean enough, I'll take you on a tour because I've done a lot since the last time you guys saw the place. I've done a lot. I've done a lot to make this a comfortable, small place to live. I've got everything covered pretty much. I can't fit anything else. I got a 4-unit spice rack shelf the other day or a couple of weeks ago, whatever. Like that's the kind of stuff I can do still. It opened up some space in my kitchen. I have more room in my kitchen cupboard because I was able to take spices out and put them on the spice rack. And then there were hooks on one of the shelves, so I was able to hang up some spatulas above my stove, which got those out of the thing on the countertop that they were in. So, like, storage hacks are probably the most important thing when you live in a small place with no storage and no closets. Being able to store things and organize things makes a huge difference in this space. Anytime I come up with the dumbest little thing, like I went out one day, somebody was selling milk crates on Facebook Marketplace for $2 each, plastic milk crates. I went out and bought, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I bought 10 one day, right? I'm looking at them. I'm counting. Yeah, I've got 10. I went out and got 10 milk crates. It was $20. Cleaned them off. I picked out the best ones. Yeah, they sell these things on Amazon, but like they're like $10 a piece. That'd have been like $100 for $20. I filled my car with milk crates. I think it was I couldn't fit any more in my car, even with the back seats folded down. I could fit 10, and I would have like I could probably squeezed in a few more, but then I'm like, do I even have room in my place for those? But those milk crates made a huge dent and made it. I use them for organizing my laundry, dirty clothes. It's like I have a dirty clothes hamper with 4 milk crates stacked up in the bathroom. And so I can sort the clothes into the 4 milk crates when I'm doing laundry. Um, and then I put the clean clothes in the milk crates until I put them away, and then I take the milk crates back to the bathroom. I have some milk crates with actual glass milk bottles in them, like their intended purpose. But those glass bottles are what I make my cold brew coffee with. And so I just store them in milk crates, and it gives me a little bit more storage space in my kitchen that I didn't have before. And then I've got a stack of 1, 2, 3. I've got 5 milk crates stacked up with stuff that needs to be sorted out that would otherwise be cluttering up my wire shelving units. So at least, I can get clutter out of sight, out of mind, stuff it in some milk crates for now. But it doesn't look like I would not have to go through and organize that stuff to give you a tour of my place. It's more like got to make the bed, got to vacuum and mop the floors, got to clean up the clutter and stuff and just make it look, good enough to walk around with a video camera and be like, look at my place, everybody. And then tomorrow it's going to go back to being fucking messy. Messy like lived in messy, you know? Most of us, even if you have a nice house, there's a you live in it version of clean, but you wouldn't necessarily want people to come visit you and see that version of it. It might not be squalor or unhealthy or bugs running around or fucking dirty dishes piled up or whatever, but your house could be, you have like the lived in version of it where it's clean enough for you, but you don't want company coming over seeing you living like that. Because you want to put on your best face. It's like, I wear t-shirts and jeans, right? Most of the time. But if I'm going out on a date, I might wear a shirt with some buttons and a collar, and a gold necklace that I have that my dad gave me before he died. And I might wear a nice, I wear this watch usually, but I might put on a pimp watch, something that matches, I might put on something a little bit cooler looking in terms of a watch, and I might, wear some nice shoes, right? But that's not how I look. Like that's not how I actually look. It's the girl version is she puts on some makeup, she, makes sure her cleavage is nice and tight, and all the things that she wouldn't normally do, but she's putting her best, her breast best out there for the guy, right? And so that's what I got to do to my place. It's like I got to basically pretend I got a girl coming over, and then I'll walk around with a video camera and be like, "Hey, everybody, check out my place. This is what it always looks like. This is how clean it always is." Until tomorrow. But the video camera's off, so I don't give a fuck anymore. So that's when you'll get to see what I've done to the place. And I'll go around and I'll point out the different things that I've done, hacks and storage things, and just things that make living in this place pretty cozy. I've got a lot of plants now. I don't pay a lot of money for plants. I won't pay more than like $5-10 for a fucking house plant. But I got some plants going now. I've killed a few. I've got a black thumb. Thumbs down. My green thumb is thumbs down all the way. But I had somebody in my past that taught me a few things, and I got to learn like what plants will live regardless of how bad I am at taking care of them. And so I've got those plants like that. Those are the first ones I went for, the ones I knew won't die. Snake plants, pothos. You could be the dumbest motherfucker on earth when it comes to plants, and those won't die. Spider plant, I got one of those. There's some other plants though that are a little bit pickier, and yeah, cactus exactly. Um, we had a huge cactus at my house. That was my cactus wasn't my cactus, but the cactus at my house when the FBI had me hogtied on the ground. The giant cactus that was like almost as tall as me at this point. Because we found a good place to put it outside, and the thing just went boom and fucking shot up in one summer, being out in the direct sunlight all summer. And this pot had to change the pot a couple of times. That was the last thing I saw at my house, and I've never seen that house again since the day they took me away. But I remember looking at that cactus. And now here I am in Texas. I saw one of those cactuses on the side of the road in a ditch as I was walking the other day. And I'm like, my God, if I had a grocery bag with me, I would break off one of the petals on that cactus and take it home. And it had buds all over it. Like it was getting ready to shoot out a bunch more petals. I'd bring that home, stick it in a pot of dirt, put it in front of my house in the direct sun. And within a few months, I'd have this giant cactus in front of my house. Because I know that cactus. I'm like, I know 100%. But I'm like, it was kind of like someone's property, but it was in the ditch by the road. And I'm like, if I just walk up and break off a chunk of this cactus, it didn't look like anybody'd give a fuck. Because it was like literally in a ditch, growing in the middle of a ditch, drainage ditch. And I'm like, but that would be a fucking awesome cat. I know exactly where it is. I could go do it tomorrow. If I wanted to do it, I could go do it. I could go with a grocery bag and just walk up and be like, tink, break off a chunk of that thing, bring it home, stick it in some dirt. It won't even hurt the cactus. It'll just grow another petal. They fall off of those cactuses all the time when the cactus gets too big. So, but this thing was fucking huge. And I'm like, damn, that is like, I know exactly what to do with that cactus. I'm thinking about it now, like, because I have a spot for it. I have a pot. I have the soil. I have everything I would need to just take that thing and go boop right out in front of my house, and give it a good watering. And but we're in the rainy season now, so with the sun and the rain that we're getting, that thing would just shoot, like that thing would blow up within a couple of months. That thing would be huge. It's probably already bigger than I saw it a couple of weeks ago. If I was at the woods at the end of my street, I'm thinking next time I go hiking down in the woods, at the end of my street where I go hiking sometimes, I might take a little bag with me because I know I'm going to see something like that that I might just go, "Oh, just grab a chunk of cactus and bring it home and plant it." Or something, like that. I'm going to look for those. I'm going to cuz they're everywhere. It's like this shit grows wild here. So, but they're the same. It's the same exact shit you would pay a lot of money for in a store back up in New York because you're not going to be seeing those growing outside up there. But here, that's just like in a ditch out in front of someone's house that they're not maintaining the grass. This is a random big ass cactus grown up in the middle of a ditch. But that one was tight. Like that one I was looking at, and I saw it twice. I walked by it twice in a week, and I'm like, but I'm like, this is the kind of place where you just take someone's fucking ditch cactus and you might get shot. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Um, if it was the right time of day or night, nobody's around, and I'm just like, "Dook," I might just grab it. I don't know, but plus, I want to, I don't want to just grab a fucking cactus without something to protect my hands and whatnot. I mean, it's not one that it's not one you can grab these without your hand getting, it's not like it's covered in spikes. Not this particular cactus, but you get one of the but you could still fuck yourself up because it's a cactus. Um, but I don't know. I've got a bunch of plants. When I go to the HEB grocery stores here have a huge selection of house plants. $5. I got these baby rubber plants for like 25 cents each in little starter pots. And they're getting one of them died. I bought four, one of them died. I repotted the other three. They're taking off. They're actually like starting to pop and grow. I've got a handful of other random plants here, and they're all of a sudden just going boom. I have two pothos in my bathroom next to my bathtub, and one of them had been stalled because it needed a repot because it outgrew the pot that it was in, and I was lazy. Let it stay like that for months, and it just stayed dormant. It didn't die, but it didn't want to grow either. It was just waiting for me to repot it. Put that thing in a new pot. Fucking things. I swear to God, that thing sprouted like 30 leaves in the last 2 weeks. It's already just like, it's getting so big, I don't even know what to do with it. Now I got to get a trellis or something. And I have a plan of what I'm going to do as they grow. And I have this other pothos that I bought that has these really cool looking, I forget what it's called when the leaves have holes in them naturally and stuff. That's fenestrated. Think that's what it's called. Has these really cool leaves. And I brought that thing home and I left it in the pot that it came in, gave it some water. Things just gone boom. And it's like, I swear to God, it's got vines that are like 3 feet long that 3 weeks ago didn't even have a leaf. It's just growing like crazy. And by the time the summer's over, it's going to wrap around my shower. My whole shower is going to look like a jungle. The way I'm going to do some cool stuff as these grow. But the spot where those two plants are gets some really good light for about half of the day coming straight in the bathroom window. And that thing is just like, bam, it's grown. It's gone crazy. And the ones that I have here in the kitchen are growing. They're definitely like the ones that I didn't fuck up and kill are growing like crazy. And I used a little bit of AI to get kind of my watering and stuff figured out for those. And then I've got two snake plants in the dark room. So in my bedroom / living room that doesn't really get a lot of light. I put a really big, tall snake plant. That one I did spend like $20 on, but it's huge. It's like 4 feet tall or something like that. It's big. And then I got a small one, same mother-in-law's tongue snake plant that I put on my nightstand. And I had a money tree in that room that got really big out of nowhere, outgrew the pot that it was in. But when I repotted it, I screwed it up and I killed it. I completely killed that plant. And that's how I got the fungus gnats in the house too, because the soil, and that was a nightmare. So that's number two. The question you asked me is, did I get rid of those? Yes. Generally speaking, I've seen one flying around today here and there, but you haven't seen me going like this and losing my mind. You haven't really heard maybe more than one or two pops on the electric bug zappers that I have around the place. I did 7 different things to these bugs, trying out different things. And they come in waves. Like, I have discovered that they'll lay eggs in your house plants, and then you have to deal with the next wave. Even if you kill all of them, they'll still keep coming back. And so they were coming back, and like, I'd get rid of them, I'd see none of them for a few days, and then all of a sudden I'd see them again. What the fuck? So 7 things. What did I do? I think I wrote them all down because I couldn't even remember them all. And I don't know if I have it here in front of me to where I can find it easily. Let's see. Yep, I got it right here. So the first thing I did was get these sticky traps. I'll share my screen. I'll just start pulling up some of these things in the order history. So that, let me look here. Just give me a few seconds. Because if you have fungus gnats, I'll tell you what worked and what really didn't. And I didn't get everything on Amazon either. But let's see. Okay, so let me think here. What was that stuff called? Okay, so this stuff. All right, let me look at the. So what was the next one? Okay. Hold on. That was a B. Give me a second. Yep, those. I've got more than one. Yeah, and this one. Okay. Okay, I've got those. I did so many different things, I swear. That's why it's taken me so long to pull all this up to show you guys. And one more thing, okay. These. I didn't buy everything on Amazon. All right, so if you have fungus gnats or fruit flies, they're both annoying, but I feel like you have to deal with them in different ways because so what I didn't know if I had fruit flies or fungus gnats or a combination of both. But back in Pennsylvania, whenever I would get fruit flies, I would do 2 things. And these worked like a charm. And it would only take a day or 2 to completely get rid of them. The first thing I would do is take out all the trash. Even if the trash didn't need to be taken out, I would go around the whole house, empty out all the trash cans, any garbage anywhere. And the worst is if you had like a compost. So for a while, I was keeping a compost bucket in my kitchen, and I would just dump compost in there and then take it out to the compost bin because the compost bin was on the other side of the yard. And so I wouldn't, I didn't want to just walk out to the compost bin every time I made something in the kitchen. So I had like a bucket with a tight lid on it in the kitchen. But that it would attract fruit flies certain times of the year, and it would go crazy. You'd open up the door under the sink to throw something in the compost bucket, and a cloud of fruit flies would come out, and they're driving you crazy all day and night. So now I've got to take that out, wash out the compost bucket, take out all the trash, everything, anything that they're attracted to, gone. And then I would set these things up, these taro fruit fly traps. And they're these little apple things with a window on it. And they give you this solution that you're supposed to dump in it. All it is vinegar and dish soap. So I just get these for the traps. Now you see they have a seam on them. You can easily take those things apart, wash them out, fill them back up with vinegar and a drop or two of dish soap, and then just set them around the house. And they work. They work. You'll know that they work because they got the clear little window and you can look in there and see all the dead fruit flies. So I had set these up around the house, and I pretty much just keep them during the non-winter months. Whenever I start seeing little flies, I instantly go and make sure that they're on all the windowsills around this house and that they're good to go. They got a fresh supply of apple cider vinegar and a couple of drops of dish soap. And you can make your own version of that too. You can just put a bowl with some cellophane over the top, poke some holes in it so that they can get in there, put some dish soap in with the vinegar so that so when they land in it, they can't come back out. And then the holes in the cellophane or whatever, it helps keep them trapped inside as well. And that you'll get rid of a lot of fruit flies that way. So they work. That works both. However you want to do it. These are just convenient because you can buy them. It's like $12 for 4 traps. You can buy them at the grocery store. That's where I get them. And just use them. Just set them up, and they're kind of decorative. You know, they don't look ghetto sitting on your windowsill. It's like it doesn't like stand out as to like what it is. It kind of blends in with everything. You know, you can put it on the plant shelves and stuff, and they work. But they don't really don't do much when it comes to those fungus gnats. So what did I do with those? So the first thing I started to use with the fungus gnats was these things. These little sticky traps. Now you get these stakes, and because you have plants that are different heights and stuff, and so you stick them in the soil next to the plants, and these bright yellow sticky traps, the bugs will adhere to them, just like fly paper. But because of their bright yellow, it attracts them. Well, when I started using them, they were getting covered in these fucking gnats. And day after day after day, there were just more and more. So it wasn't enough. But it was working, but it wasn't enough. So the next thing that I did was I have one of these. So I had one of these. Let me hold on. Come on. There we go. So I have one of these tennis racket things. It's a bug zapper. You've seen them, but they have a little stand on them. And I had this in the front window of my place for a long ass time, and that works pretty damn good. The only drawback is you end up with a bunch of dead bugs on your windowsill, and you constantly have to vacuum them up and deal with that. But I'd rather have a pile of dead bugs than shit flying around. So whatever, trade-off is a trade-off. But it works because they have a light. You put it on a stand. You might have just heard one pop off in the background just now. We're at bug o'clock. It's like dusk. The sun's on its way down. It's starting to get gloomy out and dark, kind of dark. It's that time. It's bug o'clock right now. So if they're good, you might hear some pops in the background. So this thing here, they got lights built in, like a blue light. It attracts them. And whenever something flies into that, you hear pop, 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 and it's over. And, during the infestation of these gnats, that's all I was listening to all night long. Pop, 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 pop. It sounded like I was making fucking popcorn. So those work. So I went and got 2 more of them. I'll show you that. I got a pack of 2 of these. They're even bigger than the one I just showed you. And they have a stand. So I have one next to my computer desk here on the other desk. And I have another one in the bathroom where they were really bad in the bathroom. So in the back of the bathroom on top of the water heater, it's kind of in the back and but I can shut the bathroom door and at night I hear pop 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 for a while. So I know they're working. So they're killing the adults, but they're not really doing a whole lot when it comes to the laying of eggs. So these things would work and the population of these things would go right down the drain and but then they would a few days later they'd come back and they'd be buzzing around my face again and driving me crazy. So I bought this thing, this Ryobi battery powered fan so I can turn on that fan and have the air blowing across my face, which deters them from flying in front of my face and trying to go up my nose and into my eyeballs and shit. And I also have a little spray bottle of rubbing alcohol. It's just one of these misters like that. And, rubbing alcohol is pretty safe on electronics. It doesn't short things out. So, but it's a really, really fine mist. It basically evaporates before it even lands on anything. And if they're flying in front of my face, I can just be like, psst, right like that, and they're done. And I just heard another pop in the bathroom. So they're not completely gone, but I'm not being bothered by them anymore. So the bug zappers did some work, but that wasn't enough. So the next thing I had to do was chemicals. So I did this. I got some green gobbler, fruit fly drain killer, and I haven't even really used this stuff yet because I don't think I have any fruit flies, to be honest. But you can dump this shit down your drain at I would say at night and just let it dump it down all the drains that you have when you're not going to be running water for a while. Down your bathroom sink, down your bathtub sink or your bathtub drain, down your sink drain, both sides if you have a double sink, and just let it sit in the pipes and go after whatever might be. You might have drain flies, right? But I don't really think that's my problem, but I have this stuff just in case I got to use it. So that was another thing that I did, but I've been holding back on that stuff. Actually, what was that stuff called? Oh. So there's this stuff here. All right, so I had once again the chemicals. I got this stuff here at Home Depot. This is called Bio Advanced Houseplant Insect and Mite Control. You spray it on the leaves. It's supposed to be a contact killer that will last maybe 24 hours after you spray it, but it's not harmful to your plants. The bottle sucks. The spray mechanism sucks balls. It's kind of a piece of crap. I don't know if this stuff really does much. Fungus gnats, it's supposed to kill all these things, but every now and then I'll spray it on the plants. When I saw those sticky traps, the yellow sticky traps getting the one random day this last week, I saw a whole bunch of the bugs on those yellow sticky traps when the day before they didn't have any bugs. So I think a round of eggs might have hatched. And so I went around and I sprayed that stuff on every plant. Just few spritz on every plant in the house and just sprayed them down. Just in case, in the top layer of soil, just in case. I just want to I just do not want this crap taking over my house again. So that seemed to work. I haven't really, I saw the sticky traps get covered in these things, but they really haven't been a problem. They haven't been flying in front of my face while I sit in front of my computer for days. So, and I'm just trying to prevent that now that I've got these things more or less under control. I don't know if they're 100% gone. Obviously, I'm hearing pops from the bathroom right now, which is where they kind of seem to come from more. The plants are bigger on that side of the house and have more soil and more places for them to hide. The plants here in the kitchen are more like starter size. So, um, so what else did I do? I got the, come on, where is it? Too many tabs open. This. So this was one of the best things. This mosquito bits. If you ever see those donut things that they sell that you can put in a bird bath or in stagnant water outside and places where mosquitoes like to breed, you just put these pellets in places like that. And so what you do in your house is I have a sprayer, a 1 gallon sprayer. So you don't want to mix these up in your sprayer because you don't want those bits. They don't dissolve. Whatever that is, that stuff doesn't dissolve. And so you don't want that crap clogging up your sprayer. So I took a gallon, I took a pot, a plant pot that holds more than a gallon of water, and I'll dump a certain amount of this stuff in the pot. And then you just let it sit in that pot for like an hour or two until all the whatever the hell is in those pellets dissolves into the water. And then I used an old coffee filter strainer, plastic coffee filter strainer that I'm no longer going to use for coffee, obviously, to filter out the pellets and use that water to fill up my 1 gallon sprayer. And then I just go around the house watering the plants with that sprayer. And so I'm soaking the soil of all the plants with that water mixture. And when I did that, I've done that once so far, and that made a huge, like, that knocked the population way down. Like, there was a noticeable difference within like a couple of days of doing that, that it put the kibosh. Like, that was the turning point. So this stuff works. This I would recommend more than pretty much anything. Water your plants with this stuff. You might have to do it for a few weeks in a row, but that's what's going to kill any larva or anything that's in the soil that hasn't turned into a fly yet. Um, I don't like having those little yellow sticker things hanging on all my plants right now. It just looks stupid. It's decorative. These things hanging on my plants. I don't like the way they look. They look dumb and they're covered in dead flies, but they're doing their job. So eventually I just want to get to the point where I don't need to have these things in my plants anymore. But right now, these bugs, they come and they go, they come and they go, and I'm not at a point where I can just, leave that. I have to put those I have to do everything I can to get rid of these bastards. So that was the sticky traps, the drain stuff, the tennis rackets, the leaf spray, the mosquito bits, the taro fruit fly traps. And one thing, now this is out of all the things I tried, this was the best. This was the best thing of them all. And I bought one and I tried it out and it worked so good that I bought another one a couple days later when I got paid again. This Zevo flying insect light trap is basically an ultraviolet blue kind of light that you plug in like a night light, and it's got a sticky trap on the back of it. So you don't really see it. It's like the sticky part faces away from you. And yeah, it puts out a little bit of light. So in my bathroom, I have to shut the door at night. And in the kitchen, it's a little bit annoying because some of that light bleeds into where I sleep, but it's worth the trade-off. Between this and the tennis racket, the tennis rackets are kind of like an audible. Like, I'm listening to my tennis racket popping while I'm sitting here at bug o'clock talking to you guys. And that's telling me that there's some shit going on in the bathroom right now. They're all coming out to play because it's dusk and that's when they want to come out. And so I've definitely got to step it up in the bathroom this weekend. Probably got to get that BTI spray, that mosquito bits, and rewater my plants in there with that. And this is like the fun shit about living down south, I guess. I mean, the only thing I haven't really had are like black widows and scorpions in my house yet. But I guess from what I've been told, that's just a matter of time. Somebody at work was telling me at the bakery that she has scorpions in her house. Whenever she takes a shower, she's got to pull the curtain back and hope that there's no shake the curtain to make sure there's no scorpions in the bathtub or whatever. And you got to like if you're going to put on a pair of shoes, you got to shake them out, make sure there's no scorpions in your shoes. Like, wow, I haven't had that problem yet. But I've had a lot of other bugs. And I've seen them at other people's houses. I've seen them all over the freaking place. Like the bugs that I have here, I've seen elsewhere, put it that way. So I'm not alone. I was thinking, like, man, I don't want to tell people about that shit. Fire ants. I haven't had real ants here. At the last place I lived, the tool shed, I had regular ants. And I had to use the tarot ant traps to get rid of them. But here at this place, I've never had regular ants. But fire ants, oh my fucking God, the fire ants will build mounds right next to my house and build their mounds right up to where they could start coming into the house. And I have to have all kinds of stuff under my sink to deal with those. Diatomaceous earth and 2 different kinds of ant baits and poisons. One which I could mix into the sprayer at a high concentration and spray all over the ant mound to the point where it soaks down into the ant mound and kills them all. But I haven't had to use that yet. That's like the nuclear bomb. That's like one step short of taking molten aluminum and pouring it down into the ant hole to make a mold of what's underground and then turn that into a coffee table or whatever people do. But I'm definitely hearing the pops from the bug zappers right now. So I know another wave of these motherfuckers is already out. But I'm telling you, the one in the kitchen, this Zevo trap, within 24 hours, it looked like that. It was covered in bugs. Covered in bugs. And the next day, there were none of them flying around. Like, there were none flying. Like, they all went into that damn light and died, stuck to that back of that trap. I'm telling you, this thing did. This was probably the number one. Like, this is the number one thing. If you have fruit flies, fungus gnats, this is your number one go-to right here. It's $25 for this fucking thing, and you get 3 refills. But I'm gonna use that refill till that motherfucker is covered. Like, I don't have to look at it. It's not like I'm gonna change it every day. I'll change it like once a month. I'll change it when I don't hear my bug zappers popping off anymore. Say I go like 3 weeks and I don't hear any pops on the bug zapper. And I put little yellow sticky traps out and no bugs get stuck to them. Then I'll take the Zevo trap out, put a new sticky back on it, and just look at it and see if it gets covered. Because I put one of these in my bathroom. You hear the pops. I don't know if you can hear them. I just heard one just now coming from my bathroom. So this one day, like for like 3 days after I bought this thing and put it in the bathroom, nothing. There wasn't a single bug stuck to it. Then I come home from the bakery one day and all the yellow sticky traps in the bathroom are covered in these little flies, tons of them. And I look at the light trap in the back of the bathroom and it's covered in them. So like they must come in waves. And supposedly the mosquito bits or whatever, it won't kill the eggs, it only kills the larva. So, and it only lasts a certain amount of time and you have to keep reusing. So it's a battle. I'm in a war with these fucking things. But I've gotten it down to the point where I don't have to have this fan running. I don't have to sit here going crazy with them flying in my eyes and getting up my nose and whatnot. They're kind of like they're not really bothering me now. And today I'm hearing them pop all over the house right now because it's that time of day, dusk. It's when they're most active. But I haven't seen any flying around the house today at all. No, let me take that back. I saw one and I killed it. But I saw one today and it wasn't getting on my nerves. It just came close enough to me that I was like, bam, up against the wall and smashed it. But so I have them like under control, but I want these things gone. So probably this weekend I'll have to water the plants, or some of the plants like the snake plants I can't water. I have to let them sit for a month or more. So I can't just keep watering some of these plants every week or they'll die from getting too much water and root rot. So I have to kind of like the succulents and the snake plants have to dry out. But like I know where the pothos in the bathroom is probably the number one place where they're breeding. So those are the ones that got to get like double time on that. The mosquito bits. And I just have to soak that shit, and it's a pain in the ass. It's not fun. It takes time, and it's time that I should be doing. It's part of the reason why I'm not getting my house clean enough to do a video walkthrough and take you on a tour, because I'm constantly chasing my tail with shit like that. But I like having plants, so it goes. What are you gonna do? I don't want fake plants. Fuck, fake plants are retarded. I do not want fake plants. I would never have a fake plant in my house. Um, but having plants, it just, I don't know, it does something. It just makes me feel like, I don't know, it's kind of like the step. The only thing I would do from here is take some of my photography, buy myself some prints and hang them on the walls and turn and finalize the decor, if you will. That's the one thing I haven't done. And it's usually the last thing I'll do when I live in a place, and it'll usually take me a year up to 2 years before I start hanging art on the walls. Because I've got other things that I'd rather have storage space and spice racks, and you can kind of see the one back there. You can see the spice rack that's above my stove. I got 2 more of those little shelves on the side of a cabinet with spices and stuff on them. So um uh I'm just constantly chasing my tail right now, and the place isn't like, it's not like disgusting right now, but it's not like I'm going to be taking pictures and taking you on a tour either. So the last thing you asked me about was the car, the Volkswagen. Oh my god, 2 times now in a span of 6 months that car is needed to be fixed. It costs $700 this time. So I'm kind of, it was bad, but it was kind of like, can we say that if there was a blessing involved with it. So I still have to do a couple. I like tomorrow or Friday I have to go. I'm still driving around with an expired registration because of this. Um, so it was towards the end of April. The inspection, the emissions inspection that they make you do. I could drive around with no brakes, bald tires and no brakes. That'd be fine. There's no law saying I can't do that. But you can't have a check engine light. That's the inspection. They plug in an OBD scanner and they check to see if there's any codes that would cause your check engine light to be on. And if there's none, it's a 5-minute inspection. They just go, okay, you passed. You can sit there while they do it. It's like $20. And so even Pennsylvania has more stringent shit. They check your gas cap. They hook up a thing to your muffler, to your tailpipes to see what's coming out the back. And like they do a little bit more for an emissions check in Pennsylvania in the counties where you have to do that. Here in Texas, it's just that they just check for check engine codes and make sure you didn't clear the code yourself to hide it. And so I'm driving back from the bakery one day, and it's like 2 days, 2 or 3 days. It's the last week of April, and I had to have this done at the end of April. And I said out loud to myself, I'm talking to myself. I said, oh, I got to make sure I take my car into the shop tomorrow and get that inspection done so I can get my registration renewed. Boop! As soon as I fucking said that, the check engine light came on. And now I'm like, I got so fucking mad because, check engine light, a solid check engine light that's not flashing at you is generally not that big of a deal. You can drive a car like that for a long ass time and not really hurt anything because it could be one of that light is just some dummy ass light that means it could be 150 different things that make that light turn on. So I got pissed. I get home immediately. I go into my trunk. I get my scan tool out. I plug it in. It's showing an O2 sensor front of the catalytic converter. It's actually easy to reach. Like I could probably reach it without having to get under the car and change it out myself. But then you've got, okay, so if I go and buy an O2 sensor and change it myself, who's to say that fucking old one's not like, what if I don't want to be like out there motherfuckering and screaming and yelling and throwing a tool across the yard because something the threads are rusted or cross threaded or who knows what the fuck I'm in for, even to do something simple like that. When an auto garage, they're going to put it up on a lift and they're going to have all the snap-on wrenches and all the stuff to do it fast. Special socket just for that. So I'm like, well, whatever. I'll figure that. I cleared the codes and I started driving the car, and it took about 4 or 5 days. I went about 100 miles. The check engine light came back on, and I'm like, fuck. All right, well, it's real. I thought maybe I've reset the code and drive around for a while. Maybe I could slip it into the garage and get it inspected and have it pass and then see if it comes back. So anyway, it came back before I could even go to the garage. So now I'm like, okay, it's oxygen sensor. Fuck. So I'm like, fine, I'll wait until I get paid next week. Take it in. I'm just going to let them do it. So I get home, I go to work, I go to the bakery. Oh, I was driving back from the Dave Matthews concert and the check engine light turned off on its own. And I'm like, oh, good, I can take it in now. And it never came back on. And I drove it for a couple of days. And then I went to the bakery on Monday. No problems. And I'm like, okay, maybe I can get it inspected now. After the bakery, I went grocery shopping. I ran a bunch of errands. No problems. Drove home. Got to my house. Pulled into my parking space. Put the car in park. Took my foot off the brake. Boop, check engine light came on with this other light that said ECS or something like EPC. And I'm like, what the fuck is EPC? And I look it up and it's a throttle position. It's basically EPC means your car went into limp mode. And I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. So I get in the car and I start driving it around the neighborhood. Sure enough, the car's in fucking limp mode. It won't go faster than 10 miles an hour. And I'm like, you motherfucking bitch. And so I get back home and I plug in my scan tool. And now it's telling me the throttle position sensor is flaking out. And so I tried to clear the codes on that. And I tried to run the scan tool that I have is Volkswagen specific. So it has a lot of the functionality that they have at the garage. And so I ran through to reprogram the throttle position sensor and the throttle body and adaptation it's called. You make it basically run through its thing to recalibrate itself. Well, the fucking thing wouldn't run. It kept telling me that there's an error code stuck in the system that has to be clear before the thing can run. And I couldn't get the code to go away. So I'm like, son of a fucking bitch, this fucking car. So I get pissed. So I call the garage. I tell them I'm bringing it in tomorrow. I get up the next day around noon, around lunchtime. I get in the car, start the car, no check engine light, no EPC code, nothing. Everything's fine. Everything works. I'm like, well, what the fuck? So I get in the car and I start driving and I get on the road and I floor it. I put the throttle to the floor to see what would happen. Car takes off. No problems. I drive all the way to the auto garage, which is like 2 miles away. And as soon as I pull into the driveway at the auto garage, the EPC light comes back on, the car goes into limp mode, and the damn check engine light pops back on. So I drop it off. I tell them everything. Here's the error codes, this, that, and the other thing. And so they called me back and they said, it's probably just your throttle body. Well, they tested it and they're like, your throttle body is what's flaking out. But the oxygen sensor throwing the O2 code is probably due to the throttle body being fucking out of whack. So the car might actually be running lean when your throttle body isn't matching your foot position on the gas pedal and it's flaking out and it doesn't know what to do. And so now it's actually like your engine's kind of fucking up here and there. And so it's throwing that code. And it's probably, that your thing's been flaking out for a few weeks. And that's why your car finally went into limp mode, because it flaked out to the point where. So anyway, $700 to replace the fucking throttle body because the sensor's built into it. It's not just a sensor to replace, it's the whole unit. And the labor and the recalibration of everything. And so I had to spend $700 to fix that. But I haven't had any problems since I picked up the car. So that's the second time in 6 months that this car has had an electronic problem that caused me to not be able to drive the car anymore and cost $700 or more to fix. It's 2 times in 6 months for a fucking that's too much. So each time this car has had an issue, I've gone to Capital One because I had a good experience with a car loan with them. And so I'll just check to see if I can get pre-approved to get a car loan from them. And they have a website linked into all the local dealerships and stuff. So you can pick out a car on their website, go to the dealership, go on a test drive, and you're already approved for the loan. You just fill out the paperwork and drive off. You don't have to go through the bullshit of trying to get approved for a loan and all the hassle and whatnot if you already walk in with that in hand. And then you can haggle a little bit because you're walking in with your own financing in hand, and now you can just haggle the price of the car a little bit. And, the dealerships might try to, the last time I did that, the haggle turned into, I got a little bit off the dealer price of the truck I bought, but they were trying to get me to buy an extended warranty. I don't do that. But I eventually got them to throw the extended warranty in for free. On top, I was about to walk out the door without buying the truck, and that's just the game I was playing. And they said, well, how about we throw the extended warranty in for free? And it was with this company called Zurich. And I'm telling you, I've had those extended warranties in the past and they fucking suck. If you can get an extended warranty for your vehicle, a used vehicle from this Zurich company, they were fucking great. I used it like 2 or 3 times on that truck. No problem at all. Had to get a brake, had to get an ABS sensor replaced. They paid for the whole thing. I didn't have to pay anything out of pocket. The mechanic that fixed my truck said that they were the easiest company to deal with. All they had to do was call and get an authorization, and then they got paid over the phone with they paid via credit card over the phone, and everything was done. It took me like 2 days to get my truck back. And I took it to a Nissan specific guy who knew exactly what to do to fix it and all that. And then I had a wheel bearing go bad. But the wheel bearing was a bitch because they had to take apart the whole fucking axle on the back of the truck to get to it. And so it wasn't a cheap repair, but they covered the whole fucking cost without any problem. The only thing that my mechanic said, he was like, you should replace both of your wheel bearings since we got to rip the whole goddamn axle apart on the truck anyway. And I said, why not? And then he called me back and said, well, the company will only pay for the bearing that's bad, but they'll cover the labor and everything for it. So, and I was like, well, can't you just, I'll pay you the $25 or whatever it is for the other bearing. And he goes, to be honest, your other bearing's fine. So he's like, I wouldn't even bother. But they covered the wheel bearing and the labor and everything for it. No problem. And the fucking warranty, if I was traveling, I used to take that truck on road trips and travel with it. Something went wrong with the brakes at some point, and this was after I was in jail. And I said, take it to a garage and hand them that warranty, and they were able to fix it without any problem. The warranty company covered the brake issue that it was having, no problem at all. And it was like a 3 year or 4 year extended warranty on that truck, and like zero out of pocket every time I needed to cash that bitch in. No problems. So I would recommend Zurich for an extended car warranty. But that, like I said, I didn't pay for that. They threw that in with the purchase of the truck because they wouldn't haggle me on the price of the truck. And when I was getting up out of my chair being like, yeah, well, I don't really need the truck. And, and they're like, well, how about we throw in the warranty for free? And we'll just, 3 years, we'll give you the gold package, the top tier package that they offer. So if I was traveling and say something happened to my truck down in North Carolina or someplace 1,000 miles from home, they would pay for the repair, they would pay for a rental car, and they would pay for the hotel that I would need for if the car was going to be in the shop for a few days. And if I had hotels and things booked for my trip, they would reimburse me for all the money that I lost, any kind of bookings or anything that was pre-booked that I would not be able to get to because the vehicle broke down. And the times that I actually cashed this warranty in, the repairs were like a few hundred. I think that wheel bearing was like a $600 job for a $25 bearing because of all the labor involved. But they paid for it with that. They had my mechanics, every time a mechanic cashed this warranty in for me, said they had no problem with it. They said they're great to deal with. The one mechanic had never dealt with them before. He said it was great. When I told another mechanic, my regular mechanic, that it was Zurich, he said, oh, we deal with them all the time. They're great. So honestly, like, they actually have a good reputation, and I cashed that motherfucker in 3 times and had no problems ever with it. But that's not every other time I've had an extended warranty on a vehicle. It's been nothing but bullshit. In fact, I bought a Mini Cooper and they talked me into getting one of those goddamn warranties. And I had the car for like 2 weeks and the alternator went bad. Long story short, the car overheated. I thought some major shit was wrong with it. Turned out it was just the alternator gone bad, which caused the fan not to work. And so when I was driving the car, there was no issues. But when I was idling at a stoplight, the car overheated because the fan didn't kick on because the alternator was going bad. And so I thought there was a major issue. It turned out alternator. Well, I had this extended warranty, but it was the car. I only owned it for 2 weeks. I went to try and use that fucking warranty to get the damn alternator fixed, and they denied the claim. They told me to go pound sand. So I was like, yeah, fuck you. I went back to the dealer where I bought the car because you have 30 days to cancel the warranty and get your money back for the warranty. And I said, so I went down to the dealership where I got the car and I handed the warranty paper back to him. I said, yeah, I need a refund on that. And he's like, and they tried to fight me on it. And I said, look, it says right here, 30 days. I called the warranty company to try and get my refund. They said I had to come and get it from you. So I'm here 30 days. I'm like, we're going to have problems if you don't refund this. And so because they would not cover the fucking repair. 2 weeks into the fucking ownership of the car, they already told me to go pound sand. They wouldn't pay $1 of it for a bad alternator. And the alternator's covered under the warranty. And they told me to go suck a dick. And so I was like, no, you go suck a dick. I went and got my money back. I ended up getting enough money back as a check, as the refund check in the mail. It covered my alternator, and I bought a new exhaust kit from Borla because Borla had a closeout because my Mini Cooper was so old that the Borla exhaust kit, the high-end fucking aftermarket Borla exhaust kit, was like $600. and I needed a new exhaust. My exhaust was bad on that. That I knew when I bought the car. So I was already, well, I got a $1,600 exhaust kit for $600 on closeout. Took it down to my mechanic, and he charged me like $100 to put it on, and so I was done with that. So the refund from the extended warranty that wouldn't cover my alternator, the refund paid for the alternator and my exhaust kit, and it was tacked on to the loan, unfortunately. So I did have to pay that because the refund came to me directly as in the form of a check, but I had already financed that into the loan. I put like half down on a car. So the loan wasn't even for that much. The loan was like $3,000. I mean, I could have put the car on a fucking credit card, but the interest rate was better with the loan. So I just took out a $3,000 loan, 36 months, paid it off in like 20 months or something like that. I skipped one payment when the COVID scam started, and we didn't know what the fuck was going on. I was like, I'm going to skip the car payment this month. And I just didn't even pay, just let it bounce to the next month. And then I paid 2 payments at once. So I only made one late payment on it. But then within the next few months, I just said, fuck it, and paid off the car. So I wouldn't have that hanging over my head during the apocalypse. And that way I'd have the title in my hand for both of the vehicles that I owned at the time. And then I went and bought my pickup truck because the reason why I got the pickup truck had to do, the thing that motivated me to do it was that during the 2020 scam, because of all the bullshit going on, anytime I had to get a vehicle fixed, just for some basic thing, like I need new brake pads, my mechanic was like, oh, it's going to take 2 weeks because we're so backed up right now. And, you have to come in and drop it off in the parking lot, leave your keys in the car, and you can't come into the office and blah, blah, blah. And and all this and all that bullshit scam that they were running with the COVID nonsense was making it so it was taking weeks to get a car fixed. And I'm like, fuck, man. If martial law happens when my Jeep's in the shop because it needs something done, I can't be relying on a fucking Mini Cooper to get me around during the fucking apocalypse. I need another 4-wheel drive. And so I went and bought this pickup truck, turned it into a long distance micro camper kind of a setup, and drove it around. I've basically taken on long ass road trips of a couple thousand miles here and there. And then I got rid of the Mini Cooper and kept the truck. But the truck was almost new. It was like had 25,000 miles on it when I bought it. So it was like, whoever bought that truck ate the depreciation, and then I got it for a good price of where I could sell it for what I paid for it for quite a while. When I went to prison, my ex took it to a dealership, and the dealership just paid off the loan for it because it was worth it. I was never underwater on that truck the whole time I owned it because I got it for a good deal. And I would always pay a little bit more than the minimum payment. And so I was always above water the whole time I owned that truck. And that saved me a little bit when I went to prison because somebody was able to take the truck to a dealer and just have the dealer pay off the loan so that I could just wipe my hands of it and not have that hanging over my head. And I could have done that at any time if I needed to. I would have kept my Jeep and got rid of the truck if anything were to have ever, if I ever needed to do something like that. But I was making good money at the time, and I was on pace to pay off I think I took out a 7-year loan on that truck with the intention of paying it off in 3 because there was no prepayment penalties. And I was so far ahead of the loan that the bank kept telling me, oh, you don't got to make a payment for like 6 months if you don't want to. And I'm like, well, I want to. I know you don't want me to, but I want to. I don't want to pay the interest on this loan. I know you want that interest, but my interest is not paying the interest. So I'll pay the $1,000 a month just to get this truck paid off in 2 years or 3 years or whatever it was going to be. And so I did skip a couple of months when I got fired for not taking the COVID shot. I was so far ahead on my truck payments that I didn't have to pay the payments for 2 months. And then I just started paying the minimum payment even though I was still ahead. Like they told me I could go 4 months without making a payment and that wouldn't even have a penalty on my loan, but the interest would keep piling up. And so I spent 2 months without making a payment on the truck cuz I didn't have a job because I wouldn't take a shot for a job where I worked from home. Fucking scumbag Democrats. That's why I fucking hate you Democrats just as much as I hate you Republicans. You fucking Democrats did more to ruin my life than the Republicans ever did. But since I came out of prison, the Republicans have been the biggest fucking assholes that I've dealt with through and through. And out here, this is a perfect segue. I wasn't planning on this, but I just got another example of the kind of shit that I deal with from the Republicans. And let me just give me a minute because I got to pull this up. Okay, yeah, this fucking scumbag. All right. Oh, somebody deleted the original post. I think. All right. I don't even remember what the original post was, but I'm being a troll and I am. So here, I'll share my screen. So this is where I jumped in. Somebody posted something on X and I posted a meme. I don't even know how to get to it. I can't even find it. So anyway, no, there was an original post by somebody who said something anti-Trump. But the post, it says right here, the post was deleted by the author. So this fucking ding dong, this fucking dumbass MAGA retard shows up and says, "You clearly just described the Democrat Party. Political maneuvering is the benchmark of the Democrats, along with corruption, lies, and deceit." Forgot the fucking T because the fucking MAGA retards don't know how to spell. So I posted this meme. I just drop memes. I have my meme database now, and I can just pull up a meme for pretty much any situation in the blink of an eye, copy and paste that shit. And boy, oh boy, does that piss people off. They hate when you reply calling them a fucking idiot using a meme to do it because it's low effort and trollish. Well, my whole goal is to be a fucking dickhead. So here I go. But Biden, but Obama, but Clinton, but, because that's what these fucking retards do. How many times have I talked about this bullshit with the political establishment? You know, these people who stick to one party or the other. The MAGA retards, the MAGA cult will sit there and say, yeah, but Obama, but Hillary, but Kamala, but Joe Biden, and but Clinton did that, but, and they always talk about the other side. It's like, yeah, nothing that you said was wrong, but Donald Trump is a corrupt piece of shit scumbag just as much as Bill Clinton was, just as much. Here's the trend. Here's how it goes. Before I'm gonna jump back to the screen share, but I'm gonna pull up my face here for a second because here's how it goes. Here's the trend. When I started giving a shit about politics, it was 1996. I knew somebody who died on TWA Flight 800, and that's what woke me up. That was the trigger moment that I went from being ignorant to like starting to see what's going on. Because it was a long process, but that was the thing that woke me up because I knew somebody who died in the plane. And so I figured out that it was a terrorist attack. The plane was shot down and the government covered it up. Period. That's the long version that's the short version of a long story. So Bill Clinton was the most corrupt piece of shit president that this country has ever seen. until George W. Bush came along. In fact, no, before Bill Clinton, George Herbert Walker Bush, he was involved in the Kennedy assassination, former head of the CIA, tried to have Ronald Reagan killed so he could be president. He was the most corrupt piece of shit president that we ever had until Bill Clinton came along, who was the most corrupt piece of shit president that we ever had until George W. Bush came along, who ended up being the most corrupt, out of control piece of shit president that America has ever had, until Barack Obama showed up, who ended up being the most corrupt, out of control piece of shit president that we've ever had in this nation's history, until Donald Trump showed up, who ended up being the most corrupt piece of shit president that we've ever had in the history of the United States, until they stole the 2020 election and installed creepy ass child molester, hair sniffing Joe Biden to be president. And nobody even knows who the fuck the president was for the 4 years that Sleepy Joe was on the task, because that motherfucker couldn't even speak a coherent sentence. They already told us that his pen machine signed all the documents and that he was nowhere to be found, probably taking a fucking nap. Motherfucker should have been in a nursing home, but he was the most corrupt piece of shit president that we've ever had in the history of this country, until Donald Trump came back. And now he's the most corrupt piece of shit, crazy, dementia-riddled fucking nut job, having a fucking the WWF cage match in front of the fucking White House. They're setting up a fucking cage match to have cage fighters do. I mean, that's straight up like, are we living in fucking Mad Max now? Like, I swear to fucking God, dude, we're in the apocalypse now. They're having cage fights on the White House lawn now, for fuck's sake. So that's the trend. Every time we get a new motherfucker in Washington, D.C. in charge of everything, he is the most corrupt piece of shit that's ever been sitting in that fucking Oval Office. That's the trend. I've watched it happen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've watched it happen 7 fucking times in a row since I started paying attention to politics. 7 fucking times in a row, we get the worst motherfucker who's ever been in the Oval Office. So the next time we vote, if you go ahead and walk around with your dumb little sticker that says, I did something, I voted. Yeah, fuck you. You think you had a say in anything today? You dumb motherfucker. You can't figure out. The Mexican cartels in Mexico have more transparent and fair elections down in Mexico than they have here in the United States anymore, in this third world banana republic. But go ahead and wear your fucking sticker on your shirt. I voted. I did something. I did my part. Yeah, you fucking dumb motherfucker. You didn't do shit. You didn't do shit. Like, 20 fucking dead people outvoted you in the last election. You didn't do a fucking thing. You had no say. None of you had a say. If you went and voted, good for you. You did nothing. The fucking election, the votes were counted a week before you went to vote. But anyway, these fucking dumb motherfuckers, the Democrats do it. But Trump, he's so bad. He's so bad. Yeah, so was Bill Clinton. So was Obama. So was creepy Joe Biden. So was Hillary Clinton. They're all a bunch of fucking corrupt dirtbags. But Trump, but George Bush, but Reagan, but, and then the fucking MAGA retards, they're in a cult too. But Obama, but Hillary, but. So anyway, I posted this meme because I don't got time. I don't got time to type some shit out for a fucking retard to read. Here you go. Here's a meme, you dumb motherfucker. So this guy gets all jacked. He's a MAGA. He's in the MAGA cult, obviously. Here we go. Oh, so the original thing that I had commented on here, the post that was deleted by the author, was Donald Trump posted on Truth Social and he called the Democrats the Democrats. D-U-M-O. Not even D-U-M-B-O, but D-U-M-O, like the Dummycrats. And so I just posted a reply to that said, even a fucking 2-year-old toddler could come up with a better insult than calling them Dummycrats. And then all these fucking MAGA people jumped on my throat in the comments. And this guy jumped on my throat saying this. You clearly just described the Democrat Party. But Obama, but Clinton, but. So I just posted a meme. So the previous meme was a redneck hillbilly Trump supporter. And I said, even a fucking toddler can come up with a better insult than Dummycrats. And that people got fucking mad. I'm going to have to see if I can pull up all the responses to that. But this guy, it's hard to like navigate through these threads on X. So this guy posts this meme and he comes back and he's like, 0 fucks, F-U-K-S, because, MAGA can't spell. Fucking, you don't get a good education when you have 3 teeth living in a fucking trailer park with a meth lab in the bathroom. But 0 fucks for this dope claimed he went to jail for mean tweets. Never happened unless he lived in GB or those tweets actually threatened someone with murder. Over and over and over and over again, these fucking MAGA these red hat retards accuse me of lying about what happened. Then again, maybe he's in a blue state with blue state judges, blue state cops, blue state laws, and blue state hypocrisy. No, I was convicted and sent to prison for 2 years by a judge that was appointed to the bench by Donald Trump. But these are all you can easily look this shit up. So, yep, that about sums up this dope, period, no space, no capital letter F, fucks for this dope, said he went to jail for mean tweets. Never happened unless you just fucking said it. You're just saying the same shit again, you fucking dumb redneck jackass. Never happened unless he lived in GB or that his actual mean tweets were threatening someone with murder. Pretty sure he went to jail for threatening someone much worse than a mean tweet. Then again, he could be living in a blue state with blue judges, with the blue state cops, with blue state laws, with blue state hypocrisy. Yup, that pretty much covers this dope. Learn how to go to fucking school, go get your 3rd grade education, you dumb motherfucker, and learn how to type. And learn how you said the same thing fucking twice. You didn't spell half of the words right. But whatever, dude. All right. So I just replied to him. I said, all right, dipshit. You have Google at your disposal and you're too retarded to figure out how to use it? That was my reply. So you went over the line in a mean tweet. Google it? I don't have to. I know the laws. You don't know how to fucking spell, but you know the laws. You dumb motherfucking redneck MAGA dipshit. Fucking trailer park living, probably too busy fucking the shit out of his sister to go look it up on Google. That's why your fucking kids came out retarded, because you're not supposed to get your sister pregnant, you dumb fucking asshole. But anyway, that's what I deal with. That is every fucking MAGA asshole since I've come home from I swear to God, before I went to prison, the Democrats treated me like fucking shit and ruined my life because I wouldn't take a vaccine and wear a fucking mask. They took away my job. They fucking threw me in the dirt. They tried to ruin my fucking life. And I finally had enough and I fucking lashed out. And I said too much. And I went to prison for that. And like I said, the Democrats threw me in prison, more or less. They had more to do with it than the Republican judge that Trump appointed. But ultimately, it came down to his decision, and he put me in prison for 2 fucking years for that. But the whole time I'm away, they're like, oh, the Trump supporters are going to have your back when you get out. That's what I kept being told over and over. Where the first Trump supporter I ran into when I got out of prison threw me out into the fucking street to be homeless, number one. And every fucking Trump supporter, not every single one. The way I describe it to people, the way that I like to put this is, if I took the 100 people, if I took 100 people who have treated me like shit since I came home from prison and made a list and put their names down, the 100 people that did the worst things to me, that treated me the worst throughout this whole ordeal, if I made a list of the 100 people who did me dirty, like who really did bad things to me or said bad things or treated me like shit, 90 of them would be Republicans, would be red hat wearing MAGA Trump voters, and 10 of them would be Democrats. Ever since I've gotten out of prison, the Democrats have by and large been better to me than the Republicans. And I know the reasons for that. And here we've been on this live stream for 2 hours and 45 minutes, but I can get into very detailed reasons about why your MAGA friends will stab you in the back when it comes down to it. And if you're friends with Democrats, yeah, they're fucking retarded too. They're a bunch of fucking retards too. I'm not giving the Democrats a pass. I can't stand them. I hate the Republicans and I can't stand the fucking Democrats either. I'm done with all of you. But you suck for different reasons. And the one thing that the Republicans will do, and I've been watching this shit my whole fucking life, way before I was arrested, way before Donald Trump. I've been watching this shit since I was a little kid. Republicans are going to be a lot more likely to stab you in the back and cut your fucking throat when the shit gets hard. All of you Christian communities, and you think you got your conservative brothers and sisters, and you're surrounded in a community that, oh, we're going to take care of each other when the shit goes down in the apocalypse. No, your Republican friends are going to stab you in the back. They're going to cut your fucking throat and take your meat out of your chest freezer and take it home while you bleed out. That's what they're going to do. And we can get into the philosophical reasons why when the shit goes down, the Republicans are the last people on earth you want to be friends with, because they will turn their back on you. They'll pretend they never knew you. They won't want anything to do with you. And they will cut your fucking throat to get that meat out of your cooler and put it in theirs. Drive away with their fucking pickup truck in a cloud of dust in the air while you're bleeding out, holding on to the hole in your fucking throat. Because Republicans are selfish people that don't give a fuck about anybody but themselves. That's by and large the personality type. And look, I'm not putting every fucking Republican out there and every conservative into that bracket. That's about as racist as saying every black person loves fried chicken and watermelon. We already had this talk back in the day that you can't just put everybody in that category. But generally speaking, I would trust a Democrat before a Republican in terms of like loyalty. Democrats will actually get together and form a community and actually help each other out and have each other's back, because it's just their nature to congregate in groups and to share the wealth and to kind of like help each other and have a community. They're very cliquey. I've lived in Pittsburgh for 25 fucking years. You don't think I knew lots of groups of well-connected Democrats that were very tight and very much like they got each other's back. And I'm telling you, and I've lived out in the country surrounded by fucking hillbillies that would stab each other in the fucking throat to get that last bit of deer meat out of your fucking cooler if the shit went down and everybody's hungry. And it's that whole like, it's good and bad. It's good and bad. The Democrats are much more of a cult than the Republicans are. They think less. They think that the government can do everything for them, and they're just, handing their fucking power off to a bunch of, child-eating, satanic kid diddlers, to make all their decisions for them, where the Republicans want the government to be out of their fucking lives. But they also want to be left the fuck alone by everybody. And believe me, the people, like, you go to that good old boy Christian church out in the country, when the shit goes down, they're the ones that are going to be cutting your fucking throat and turning their back on you. And the Republicans love the police state just as much as the Democrats. We saw how much the Democrats loved the police state during the COVID scam. They wanted you to have a vaccine card to go grocery shopping. They wanted you to have a vaccine passport just to be able to go out in public. They don't want to show their ID to go vote. That's too hard. We can't have people showing their driver's license or showing an ID card to go vote. But you better show your fucking vaccine pass if you want to go to the grocery store, you motherfucker. And we're going to use the full force of this government to make sure that you do. That's what they wanted. They love the police state. But now that the Republicans are in charge, they love the police state too. They'll use the police state as long they both love. The Democrats love it. The Republicans love the police state as long as they can use the police state to go after the other team. And I'm the one sitting here going, you know what? You're both fucking retarded. And I wish you would both just go fuck off and go away. I'm not going to say it any more than that because I don't want to go back to prison, but I wish you would all fuck off and just be gone and not be a part of this world anymore. If you're so deep into the cult, whether it's the red hat retards or the COVID cult, wearing your fucking mask. Today, I live in fucking Texas, dude. I'm not kidding. Every single time. When's the last time I went out in public was Monday. I went to the bakery, of which we had customers coming in wearing their masks. And I went to the grocery store. Half the employees in the fucking grocery store wearing their COVID masks. And half of them have their fucking mask down to so their nose is sticking out above the mask, but they wear them. You know the deal. It's just for show. It's so that they can walk around and go, I hate Trump. Look at me. I hate Trump. No, you look like a fucking sock monkey that my aunt used to make out of old socks with the fucking white ring around your fucking mouth because you got tan lines now from wearing your COVID mask 24 hours a day. That's what you look like. You look like a fucking retard. But, don't let me. I'm fine with it. I'm like, wear your fucking mask. Because now I know, I can see somebody wearing a fucking dumbass mask on their face from 100 yards away and be like, there's a fucking idiot I don't want anything to do with. And I don't even have to go anywhere near them. So fine, let it be. If I see someone walking around with a red hat, MAGA, or whatever, make America great again, whatever, I know that's somebody I don't want anything to deal with. And I can see that red hat from 100 yards away. There's a fucking idiot I don't even want to talk to. So go ahead and wear your red hats and wear your fucking masks, because it makes it easy for me to identify people I want nothing to do with from so far of a distance that, I got to worry about it. I don't have to worry about ever having to interact with you dumb motherfucker. I'm pretty, I have to keep my mouth shut when I'm dealing with customers at this bakery, but I really don't give people the time of day who come in wearing a mask. I'm just kind of I don't greet them. I just the bare minimum. Here's your fucking cookies. Get the fuck out. I'm just I'm not mean to them, but I don't even want to talk to you. I don't want to say the fucking, does everything look good? I'm like, here, get the fuck out. Here's your cookies. Go. Yeah, MAGA is one of the biggest scams ever. New MAGA. This new MAGA that they got now, it's worse than when they changed to New Coke. Remember back in, I don't know, was it in the 80s that they went from Coca-Cola to New Coke and everybody hated it? New MAGA is worse than that. New MAGA fucking sucks. Let me see if my meme database has the right meme for this one. I'll share it with you guys. Let me see if I can dig it up. Shouldn't take me more than 10 seconds here, but the database does load a little bit slow now that I've got close to 3,000 memes in the database. It's a beast though. This thing in fact, if you're a channel member and you want to get in on the meme database, I can share it with you as I can invite you to be a read only member of Meme Team. I'm going to call it Meme Team 6. And if you want to go into the meme database and pull out memes, I'm adding keywords to them, but I've got like 3,000 memes in this fucking thing. And I dump my meme dump on Monday from all the collected memes throughout the week was like something like 600 new memes. I ain't got time to put keywords on 600 fucking memes. But when I sit down to do shit posting on X, I do jump in and I just put as many keywords on them as I can. And it's just an evolving project. I don't really like, I can't give people edit access without having to pay $25 a month for every single person that has edit access to the meme database. But I can share the meme database with as many people as I want and give you read only access, and you can come in Meme Team 6 and go to town. So I'm building it for, I'm not just building it for me. I want to share it with people. And so here's old MAGA and new MAGA. What you voted for, old MAGA, you wanted lower grocery prices, less government, lower gas prices, make America safe, strengthen global relations, end the war in Ukraine, make America first, end all wars, and no new wars. But what you got with new MAGA, higher grocery prices, weaponized DOJ, DHS, and DOD, highest gas prices since 2022, terror attacks and threats, alienated our allies, absolutely nothing. America last, 9 countries bombed, 1 invaded, and another soon. Oh, and you got steel cage UFC cage fights on the White House lawn coming up. That's what you got with new MAGA. That's not what you fucking voted for. So I am going full fucking scorched earth on X right now. Because that's how I'm like, if I can be a professional shit poster like Cat Turd or Laura Loomer or any of these fucking retards on X, just by posting funny memes and being a dick to people and actually turn that into making a living. If I can turn being a fucking dickhead into being a professional dickhead where I get paid for it, like, what the fuck am I trying to find a regular job for? So it's not like I can do this overnight, but it is taking off. Now, let me look and see if I can look through my replies and see the original thread that caused all the butt hurt. Oh, man. So there's that. 39. Okay, here we go. All right. I did get it. All right. So that whole thread that I just shared with you, that guy who called me, what was it? Fuck, dude. I can't. What did he call me? Can I find the one that fucking retard? The fucking retard I just went through the whole thread with. All right, so here's what started it all. Somebody posted this. Donald Trump posted on his fucking bullshit Truth Social, congratulations to the Democrat Party, Al Green, blah, 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 blah. I can't read the things he posts. I'm not even going to do it now. I just saw that. I'm like, oh, wow, the Democrat. And then I said, even a fucking toddler can come up with a better insult than Democrat. And then, that's our president, MAGA, from the trailer park, Fucking holy shit. Your comment is even dumber. My president is Donald Trump. Yours looks like a cross between Hunter Biden and a donkey, but if that's your guy, I won't argue with you. By the way, people with TDS are typically of weak moral character. Maybe it's time to do some soul searching. So as soon as you say something against Donald Trump, you're automatically a Democrat. You're automatically a Kamala Harris supporter, Joe Biden supporter. Says the toddler that backs Al flipping Green, you're an embarrassment. I didn't say I backed Al Green. What did I say? I said even a fucking toddler can come up with a better insult than Democrat. But this is how you know MAGA is a fucking cult. They're a fucking cult. Let's zoom in and just make it easier to read. That you can't get over stereotypes is why you people lose at everything. Oh, like the fucking, okay, no, the Democrats, they don't have any stereotypes. Let me go in here and let me go to my no filters view and let's go down here. Get rid of the abortion keyword. I'm going to go, let's see, blue hair, and I'm going to go tranny and transgender. No, there's no stereotypes at all when it comes to people on the left. Let's see. Let's see if there's any stereotypes when it comes to those fucking people. It is taking a while for my meme database to refresh, but no, definitely not any trends when it comes to the other team. You know, when you think you're a woman, but you catch your dick in your zipper, you know, no trends there. We are the Democrats. We believe in science, except that chromosome thing. We don't believe in that one. So if you think that I'm ready to take them on. Like, did you see how fast I pulled up all the fucking memes about the blue-haired fucking retards? And then I can go back up to the top. I already have a view set up for these MAGA hillbilly idiots. Oh, Massey bad, right? I can fucking fuck off, pedo MAGA. Like, this is how fast I can pull up the memes now from my database and just bang them back at you. Here's cat turd. Get in, loser. We're defending pedophiles now to own the libs. So, yeah, I've got, I'm coming at you hard. Like, this shit's fucking amazing, actually. Dude, we get it. You love Trump. I'm coming at you both. I'm coming at you Democrats and you Republicans because this is what happens. People come to my X profile. I'll take a break from this for a second. I'll just show you my profile. In fact, if you have an X handle, I keep forgetting to say this, but if you have an X handle, put it in the chat so I can follow you. I said this a couple times last week, but I didn't get any. But if you got one, come follow. If you come follow me, I'm not going to be able to figure out that you're one of the cool people who watch this channel on YouTube. But if you have an X handle, just drop it in the chat. I'll follow you. So I want to see what you all got. So anyway, so I got 824 followers right now. If I go into where the fuck do I got to go back to this view? Yep. If I go into analytics. So I have, you know, the amount of impressions and views and stuff that I get on any given day is kind of directly proportional to the work that I put into it. So this would be like an hour or two throughout the day of shit posting. I'll get 53,000 impressions in a day. I had this one day not too long ago. One day I got 185,000 impressions because of a banger meme that popped up. But anyway, I'm getting followers. But every day you'll see I get 34 new followers, but 7 people unfollow. And what happens is they come to my profile, they see that I post an anti-Trump meme and they're like, oh, he's one of us. He's one of us. And then they come to my profile and you probably don't gotta, oh, there you go. There's Chairman Mao. Here's an anti-Trump meme, right-wing grifters. I'm definitely on a kick with the, but here's an anti-Democrat meme. And there might be a bunch of transgender blue hair retard memes going up on my profile. Here's one. When you realize Napoleon Dynamite is actually, or when you realize Taylor Swift is actually Napoleon Dynamite in drag. That's kind of an anti-left meme, you know. The politicians who fuck kids told me the shots were safe. You know, I go after the Democrats and the Republicans, and they come to my profile and they think I posted an anti-Trump meme, and they come to my profile and they're like, oh, he's one of us. He's one of us. Wait a minute. He's not one of us either. And then the Democrat, and then like the Republicans, sometimes I'll post a anti-Democrat meme on somebody's post. I'll scroll through and see if I got one here, an anti-Democrat meme. I'll post an anti-Democrat meme. Here's one. Here's Lindsey Graham. Look at me now. I'm MAGA now. Well, that was anti-Republican. My bad. Oh, here we go. Here's a current Democrat. You know, I mean, I don't got to read this whole fucking. I'm confused. I don't know what gender I am. I'm unemployed and serious debt. I waste all my money on weed, hair dye, and anime porn. I'm a vegan, but I'm still obese because I have zero impulse control. Now let me tell you how to fix the country. So a Republican will see me post an anti-Democrat meme, and they'll come to my profile to follow me because they're like, oh, he's one of us. He's MAGA. And then they find out, no, wait a minute. He's not MAGA. He hates Donald Trump too. Unfollow. And then a Democrat will see me post an anti-Trump meme or an anti-Trump post. He's one of us. He's a blue-haired Democrat. He loves the masks. And he loves Dr. Fauci. And then they come to my fucking profile and they're like, wait a minute. He's not one of us either. And they'll unfollow me. But that's been the trend. And I've been watching this for fucking weeks now that I'm actually trying. And it's about the same every day. 20 new followers, 6 people ditched it. 34 new followers, 7 people left. 13 new ones, 4 people left. Wednesday, 9 people new, 5 people left. That was the day restarts. The day resets at Greenwich Mean Time, which is 7 p.m. here. So we're already into Thursday's views. Now, I haven't done anything like in the last few days. Plus, with the Labor Day holiday or the Memorial, whatever the fuck day holiday it was, I haven't really done much. But I have not just my meme database. I also have this thing. I have a buffer account, which this allows you to schedule posts in advance, which you can do on. I don't want to learn more or set it up. Motherfucking bitch. All right, so X allows you to schedule posts in advance, but it's difficult. The interface sucks. So I can set this thing up. I can go new post, paste, drop a meme, schedule post, boom, it goes in the calendar that fast. Copy, paste, done. Copy, paste, done. Copy, paste, done. So now I have 5 memes a day ready to go all the way up until July 30th and 3 on Saturday and Sunday. So scheduled in a rotation 5 times a day all the way up until the end of July. I've got pre-scheduled posts that will go live for me from my meme collection that I just literally, I go new post, paste, save. New post, paste, save that fast. And I can also change, I can make that shuffle back to the first one. It'll automatically put this in the front and move everything else down. And then I can, for certain ones, like on the 4th of July, I've got holiday memes lined up. So, did Erica Kirk leave us any fireworks for tonight? Here's the new American flag. The new American flag for our 250th. Let's see. I got 6 more lined up for the 4th of July. Uncle Sam wants you to cyberbully corrupt politicians. I warned you about factions, and you all turned political parties into a personality trait. The Brits gave up their guns, and now their government puts them in jail for Facebook posts. I'm sure you've seen that one. That one's pretty. Tar and Feather 2026. I thought that was good for the 4th of July. Here's another one. Erica Kirk. Once again, I said, did Erica leave us any fireworks to use tonight? Because it's the 4th of July. She's going through the normal 5 stages of grief: pyrotechnics, merch, podcasting, grifting, and acceptance. Figure that's a good banger that I can bring back out for the 4th of July one more time before it goes stale. And my meme database will hold 50,000 memes before I have to split off into a second database. And so I have a tag that I can add to the memes that I call stale memes. And so when I start getting close to the 50,000 memes in the database, I can cut over and I can say, okay, take all the stale memes. You know, Kamala Harris memes aren't really valuable anymore unless she comes back into the limelight. So their purchasing power has gone down quite a bit on the meme stock market. Kamala, KMLA, that ticker, the value's gone way down since November of 2024. So those are all marked as stale memes. Thomas Massey, I had tons of Thomas Massey memes. Now they're all getting tagged as stale because, that they already stole the election in Kentucky a couple of weeks ago. All those memes, the stock market value of those memes have dropped like 75% since that day. Once I get close to like 40,000 memes in the database, I can just go select all stale memes, drop them into an archive database, the stale memes collection. So that if, any of these come back into the limelight, I thought the vaccine memes were starting to be stale, but now they're starting to bring back a new disease. They tried with this hantavirus, and now they're going to try it with Ebola, with the World Cup soccer games coming up soon. They're going to try to bring back some sort of fucking vaccine riddled disease to unleash upon us here soon. they're getting ready for it. But if I just go back to this thread, so what are that fucking dumbass hillbilly that got all mad earlier? But anyway, I said a fucking toddler can come up with a better insult than Democrat, and the red hat MAGA cult retards jumped on that. Says the toddler that backed Al Flippin' Green. I never backed him. I'm not a Democrat. Here we are, back to that. You can't get over stereotypes is why you people lose at everything. I hate the Democrats too, and you all got stereotypes. The more accurate insult would be demon rats, demon rats, because they are evil Alan Skite turds. But either way, I'm glad you are butthurt by President Trump. Brought to you by the same retards that came up with magats. Sometimes the best insults are the simplest ones that ring true. It isn't an insult, it's a statement of fact. Anyone that can support the communist agenda is naive, disingenuous, or the elevator isn't going to the top floor. Demo filth, Democrat, demo crap, demo tard. Is a baby eating genital mutilation death cult pedophile better? You can't. All you produced is foul words and insults. Okay, yeah, I did say a fucking toddler can come up with a better insult. Okay, fine. Foul. Yeah, MAGA hates dirty words. They hate dirty swear words, don't they? But you're fine with a pedophile child molester for president, but you don't like dirty words. Okay, great. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, he should have used Democrat. Democrat. Oh, Adam, my angry little Democrat friend, this really bothers you, don't it? You're there in your mom's basement and the president just called your party dumb and you're furiously looking for a comeback and you're triggered and you're hoping like heck it doesn't stick. Your ass should be back in prison. Democrat is a lot nicer than the term I use. You wear it well, Adam. If he's such a sub-toddler, how does he own what little brain matter you are working with? He's doing a hell of a lot better than you in your pathetic life. Ouch. If he were truthful, calling them rat, scumbag, lying, thieving, pedo pieces of shit, he'd probably win again for the 4th time. Yeah, but even if he won a fourth term, you're still not going to see who's in the Epstein files. You fucking dumb motherfucker. I've been calling them dummycrats for a long time. How about fucking retard, you fuck-headed retard? How about this? Dummycrats. Nuff said. It fits, though. Arrogant, typical arrogant liberal who has no clue who his opponent is. What does this say about liberals that this guy is running electoral circles around you? LOL. Only someone stupider than a toddler like yourself would write a post like this. Time to come out of your mom's basement, Adam, and stop getting triggered about everything you see on the internet. Adam, the man you depict as a Trump supporter is actually a perfect rendition of a back ass-word, ignorant as fuck, white trash Democrat, most likely of the southern variety. You ever see a Democrat that looks like that? No, you haven't. You've seen a lot of fucking people wearing MAGA hats that look just like that, though. But anyway, go ahead. Go ahead and keep saying, talk your shit. Thor Vidal. So what was that mean tweet, little Adam? Well, you can go to Google, you dumb motherfucker, and type in my name. It's not that hard to find. Here we go. You go to my profile. Right here, you click on that. Boom. Click on the link right there. And here's everything about me. My YouTube channel, my X, Rumble, TikTok, photography, Instagram, Facebook, photography store, digital chicken bucket. If you want to throw some money in there, go ahead. My Strava profile. And then you go to my professional link tree, which has my fucking resume, my portfolio, prototypes, code samples, my LinkedIn profile, my Indeed profile, more photography, my Flickr photography portfolio, 500px, GitHub, my Strava account, my fucking email address, and you can look that shit up in Google, you dumb motherfucking retards. You can fucking Google my name, you dumb piece of shit, and you can fucking read. Here, let's go. Let's go to Google. Adam Bees. Boom, man arrested for making threats against the FBI. Here's my LinkedIn profile. Here's another. Man allegedly threatened to kill FBI agents. Pennsylvania man accused of threatening to kill the FBI. Who? All of them. Here's another archive. Adam Bees, a Mercer County man who confronted the FBI with a rifle. Mercer County pleads guilty to threats against the FBI. Adam Bees arrested a week after FBI agents, blah, blah. There's page 1 of 500. Department of Justice. Adam Bees is charged. Adam Bees, Pennsylvania man accused of posting threats. Let's go to page 10. Man accused of making threats against the FBI. Here's page 14. Pennsylvania man arrested after officials, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to page 15. I don't know. I guess you can go 15 pages deep now. It used to be like 300 fucking pages. Now it's 15. So I guess that made some progress there. But anyway, okay. I've been using Democrats for some time now. It triggered you, asshat. Obviously, it takes a sense of humor to understand it and appreciate. Well, I thank you for that. Somebody was on my side. How about libtard? Is that better? Libtard. And if he had, you'd be clutching at pearls at how mean it was. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. How about libtard? All right, how about libtard? Let's go right here to the meme database. Oh, I got one for libtards. There we go. Copy image. Back to there. Paste. We're pro pedophilia now. Deal with it, libtard. So there we go. Maybe I'll start up some more shit on that thread. And that's how fast it is. I go to my meme database. I can just, bam, just jump to the meme database, Looking for, what's a meme? We got to talk shit about Israel. Boom, there we go. Israel's bitch. We got cat turd kissing the wall. We got Miriam Adelson governs America, MAGA. We got cat turd sitting at his computer. We got I'm Israel's bitch in a different form. We got Israel first. We got Donald Trump's ear injury. We got Daddy's home, Shabbat Shalom. We've got, here we go, draining the swamp. We're good. Dude, you want to fuck with me, right? Fine, come at me. I got meme database here. I have 3,331 memes in the database, and out of those, 2,377 still need keywords so I can find them in searching. Otherwise, they're just going to be in a gallery view. No filters here but I can go into the filter, and like you saw, I typed in blue hair, tranny, transgender, and it came up with all the memes that have to do with that subject. And so this is just, I only have a few minutes a day to do this, but it only takes a couple of minutes at a time to do it. Here, I can just go into a meme. I can be like, oh, here's Thomas Massey. No keywords. Thomas Massey, APAC, so that's Israel. I can add it to the Israel keyword. Then we can say, oh, Jews. Put that in there. All right. Close. I can just pick a random meme. Oh, here we go. Pocahontas. Pocahontas has a keyword already. Now there's another Pocahontas meme. Oh, Spirit. That's kind of a stale meme. Spirit Airlines. Okay. Add that. So now that one's keyed. Oh, build the whole Bill Gates with unleashing the ticks across the country. Add that to the Bill Gates collection. So now it's in the Bill Gates ticks. I think that's all I need for that one. I can add, here's Laura Loomer. Oh, she already got one. Donald Trump is a king, emperor, king, Trump. Okay, so that'll pop up. Now when I go to the Donald Trump category here, where is it? Trump right there. If I need a meme about Donald Trump, I got some bangers in here. So like I said, I can give you all read-only access to the database if you want to be part of Meme Team 6 and get on Twitter. Start being a dick to all these other retards on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. You know, you want to talk about, oh, here we go, Donald Trump. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. You know, I got them all. Here's Donald Trump falling asleep. He's the Roman emperor. I got more than one of those. Different varieties of him as a Roman emperor. Oh, here's Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at a Coldplay concert. That might come in handy one of these days. I've got it all in there, and I'm sure I put the Coldplay. Yeah, we got the Coldplay tag, Epstein and Trump. So I'm building a fucking meme database that's going to rival. This is like one of the best things I've ever done, and it makes being a troll. I have optimized my troll proficiency to the point where I can bang out so much shit in an hour. Like if I wake up in the morning and I'm just like, I got to get warmed up to my day, I can just jump in here. We'll do a live shit post here. Let's see. I'm kind of not in the mood for it, but Israel refused peace. Got something for that. Let's see. Go to Israel and let's scan it. Let's see what we got. Israel's bitch. Here's a perfect one. Greatest ally. Would not recommend. Absolute nightmare. Asks if he can crash on your couch for a weekend, stays for 50 years, steals your ATM card, sinks your ship, cucks your president, bribes your Congress, infiltrates your media, devalues your currency, runs a blackmail ring out of your living room. That's pretty good for this. Now that will get, how new is that post? Kim.com, that's a popular post. That's how fast it is. That post is 2 minutes old, so my blue check mark will push my reply to the top of that thread. Okay, there's only 4 comments. I'm comment number 4. I'm at the top. So no matter who comments after me, my comment will be the first comment. That will end up going, I'll see it in the notifications. I'll see that like 100 people, here's one, 82 people like this reply. It says, if Bill Gates was sinking in quicksand, what would you throw him? A bunch of ticks, the tick bay. Throw a bunch of ticks. Here you go. Here's some ticks, motherfucker. And boom, I'm getting like thousands of impressions from that post. And then I'll get followers. That's how you build an audience on X. That's how you build anything you post on your own timeline, nobody will ever see. But if you go to other people's accounts and troll them, all of a sudden I'm up. I was at 500 followers like 2-3 weeks ago, and now I'm up to 824. I would say within the next 2 live streams, I will have more followers on X than I have on YouTube, and it'll keep growing. And once you hit 1,000 on X, that perception of you have to be popular to be popular, once you cross the line to 1,000 followers, oh, here's all the followers. So I can actually go, I keep finding out things. So now I can go and see who's following me and follow them back if they're worth following. A lot of this is going to be, so I am following him. I know he's got a good account. John's memes. I'll follow any good meme account because that's fire right there. All right, I like that. Save image. Goes into a meme patrol folder. So I have a folder here. Come on. Everything's a little bit slow when I'm on the live stream. Here's a folder called Meme Patrol. Boom, drop it in. At the end of the week, I take everything in the Meme Patrol folder and upload it to my meme database. So my meme database this last week grew by almost 1,000 memes. So like I said, I can't keep up. I wish I could grant people access to where they could go add keywords to the memes, because a team of people doing it. Like here's another Laura Loomer. Oh, it already got it. Okay. Here's Sydney Sweeney playing Harriet Tubman on Netflix. That might come in handy. That might come in handy one of these days. Did I give that a keyword? Oh, Netflix. Sydney Sweeney. Got to put that keyword on it, of course. In fact, that one's going in the schedule. Copy, image like that. Then I go over here, go to that buffer account, new post, boop, paste it, hit schedule post. And now that's in the lineup that'll show up at the end of July. Just a random post. It'll show up on my feed. I'm pre-scheduled all the way out to the end of July. I'm trying to get a 90-day queue. So I took this I basically turned this into a science project. And I built a database, a meme database, so that I can quickly grab the meme that I'm looking for, copy and paste, jump back over to X, drop, I can grab the memes that I want to keep, drop them where they need to go. On my phone, I have a different method, but it works. I have a special folder they go into. But sometimes I go to a certain account and it's like a fucking meme buffet. Original creator of Sleep Mode, Bill Cosby. I mean, come on, dude. That's a fire meme if I ever saw one. Bang, that's going in the collection. I've already got a Bill Cosby collection. Basic, dumb engagement. I don't know about that. But people who don't want to work, rack up debt they can't repay, and blame their troubles on capitalism. Okay, that's a blue-haired liberal meme. It might be handy one of these days. I'll keep it. They're like Pokemon. I want to collect them all. You know what I'm saying? Memers, seasoning your feed daily. That's a good one. That's a generic meme. In fact, that's worth just going copy, go over to the calendar, new post, paste, scheduled, like that. So I'm trying to build up a 90-day queue of pre-scheduled memes for my timeline. And then what that does is it allows me to go to my timeline and I can check to see how much, because you can see it was only viewed 4 times. Mao or LMAO. It only got viewed 4 times and 1 like. So the stuff you post to your own timeline don't get shit. But I can go to my analytics and you can see if I go back to 4 weeks, I think. Maybe it's a little bit farther than that. You can see this one spike, 185,000 impressions in a single day. And I got tons of followers from that. And what was it? It was this. It was a reply. 4 weeks. Was it 4 weeks or 3 months? Posts, replies, impressions. Here we go. 38K. 38,000 impressions for a reply on a Bill Gates post that somebody posted. And I posted, let's infect computers with viruses and then sell antivirus software. Let's infect people with viruses and then sell them vaccines. 80, or what was it? How many? Hold the fuck. 38,000 impressions, 1,400 likes, 22 replies, 296 reposts on that one post on somebody else's thread. But anything that I post to my own profile doesn't get shit. 13 views, 1 like. Scroll down a little bit. Okay, here's one. Batman is everywhere. 16 views, 1 like. John Connor watching you all make friends with AI. 25 views, 2 likes. So you have, like, that's the secret to X. And I studied this. I listened to people talk about it. All these people that got big on X said the same exact thing, that the way you do it is you go to other people's posts. I'm already getting play on that one I just posted, probably. Oh, here's more on that Bill Gates post. I'm still getting hammered with likes on this one and reposts and shit. 3,315 views, 151 likes, 3 reposts on going paste on a meme on somebody else's posts. But these are people with like 47,000 followers, 100,000 followers. I can go to, let's go see what that ding dong cat turd is up to right now. We're doing live shit posting right now. So I think I should do live shit posting streams. Like, I think that's an idea for me to do on YouTube. I might just pop up I already got a thumbnail for it. Do I have it handy where I could just show you guys? I don't think I do. No, I don't, because I have to do some Photoshop to it. But I do have a thumbnail. I might just pop up with random let's go shit posting on X live streams on YouTube. And we can just go around shit posting. And you guys can, like, participate. We can do it as, we can be like Meme Team 6 and go through and just storm the fucking castle. But here, what is that fucking retard cat turd up to right now? Because I like trolling him. Because he's got millions of fucking followers for being a fucking dingbat. So I can go on his profile and be like, what kind of retarded ass shit is this asshole talking about now? Look this psycho up. Do you have any idea that we're going to primary you next? Oh, they're on. They think they think they're doing a great job getting rid of everybody who might have, been down with the Constitution and shit, getting them out of office to replace them with a bunch of rhinos. Hey, you're doing a great job. I'm just going to take a random cat turd post and just be like, okay, this is his latest one. Wait, which one's the newest one? Because they fuck with, that one's 2 hours ago, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. This motherfucking cat turd dickhead posts like 200 times a day, 4 hours. So he must have went to bed. Or he must be out fucking little boys or doing something, because he's not posting on X for once in the day. But that dude posts like 150 times a day. So I'm just going to be like, you know what? Since I showed up here, may as well go here, go to my cat turd query. Let's see what cat turd memes we got. Here we go. Trump back mountain. He just can't quit him. And I'm just going to drop it in there. Be like, fuck you, cat turd. Go suck a dick. Because we know that's what you like to do. So there you go. Brokeback Mountain meme with cat turd hugging Donald Trump. Let's see if there's anything else in here worth grabbing while I'm in here. The memes, I wish you could take animated GIFs and right click on them and save them. I would have some animated GIFs in the collection. I don't know if I have that giant emoji. I'll save it, see if I got it. That might come in handy. The animated stuff I wish I could easily save. It's easier to save a fucking video from X than it is to save an animated GIF out of a feed. But I'll find a way. There's probably if I find an easy way, there will be tons of animated GIFs in the meme library because they don't take up that much room. And I don't think there's a file limit size to my meme database. I think it's just a number of records limit. 50,000 memes. They could be videos. There's a couple of videos thrown in there. Pluto hasn't made a full orbit around the sun since it was discovered in 1930. I wouldn't finish my job if I got fired either. All right, that's pretty good meme. Generic meme. I'll put that in the meme patrol folder, and then I'll just go straight to the calendar, new post, bop, drop that in. And here we go. Another meme for the collection. Almost filled out the month of July. So probably, I don't know, about cat turd, who knows? I mean, here we go. Let's go to the cat turd collection here. I got tons of them. We got cat turd. This is what he wears when he's trying to pick up little boys to take back to his hotel room, dressing up like Woody from Toy Story. Let's see, we got, here's a brain cat turd. No thanks. I do what Daddy Trump tells me to do. Here's cat turd and an episode of South Park. Here's all these cat turd posts. I love these. No more U.S. involvement in foreign wars. Happy power plant and bridge Eve. Oh, that's a dupe. Okay, cat turd. So that's a duplicate. I can weed that out. Just right. Is that exactly the same? Yeah. Delete that one. Delete the duplicates when I find them. Here's Donald Trump and cat turd. That one comes in handy. Here's one. I like this one. Cat turd boomers. Little magic trick. You already saw this one. Get in, loser. We're defending pedophiles to own the libs. That one's low resolution, but it shows up good in the feed. I love you, Trump. I don't think about you at all. Oh, here's a nice picture of cat turd. Just a reminder, this is cat turd. Unnecessary dick riding, 15 yards. Here we go. Here's new MAGA. Protect the pedos. The Dow is up. Trump is God. Massey is the problem. That one's kind of stale, though, because the whole Thomas Massey thing is done. But, cat turd, if you refuse to debate, you're a fraud. End of story. With a picture of Thomas Massey at the debate that the other guy wouldn't show up to. Here's one. Good morning to everyone, especially Lauren Boebert, who actually fights for the American people. Then time to vote out Lauren Boebert. This is how she repays Trump for all his past support of her. Enough of these backstabbing snakes. He turns on everybody. This motherfucker will post that somebody's good, and then 6 months later, where's the one I'm looking? I must not have. There's more of those Twitter posts where cat turd praises somebody and then turns his back on them, but they probably don't have keywords yet. Because, there's thousands of these fucking things. I don't have time to sit here and click on every single one. Oh, here we go. Hunter Biden. Crack pipe. Got to go in there. Okay, here's another one. Hunter Biden. Nigga, we are smoking crack. Hunter Biden, 2028. Hunter Biden, crack pipe. In fact, that one's going in that one's going in the rotation. New post. Bop. Schedule post. Yeah, I like Massey. I mean, I don't know a lot about him because I'm telling you. So that's it. That's live shit posting for the night. I just gave you a walkthrough of how it took me a few days to figure out how to make this efficient. But I can wake up tomorrow morning and sit down at my desk, and before I sit down to do serious work, I can be like, you know what, I'm gonna fuck around for an hour. And it's faster when I'm not live streaming because I'm running so many apps simultaneously right now that everything's a little bit sluggish. I'm hogging the processor on this Mac to its maximum limit. So when I'm not running all these apps, it's like bang, 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 bang. And I can probably drop 150 memes in the span of an hour into Twitter posts and just bang them out. Schedule that calendar. And then so I'll do that for like an hour, okay, in the morning, 8 to 9 a.m. At like 2 in the afternoon, I'll take a digital smoke break for whatever I'm doing to work tomorrow. I'm going to be editing videos all day tomorrow for a client. At some point in the afternoon, I'll be like, let's see what X is doing. Boom, I'll have like 930 followers or something tomorrow just from shit posting for an hour tomorrow morning. All the stuff that you just watched me do a couple hours from now, I'll log into X and there'll be like 75 fucking replies and all this shit, like 10, 15 new followers. It'll be like, there'll be a cascade of shit that comes out of the memes I just posted. And all I'm doing is shit talking and posting memes. And it's blowing up enough that if I start combining it with doing doing shorts videos and combining it with some commentary and video stuff and original content that I can come up with somehow. I'm even thinking of doing like high quality graphic design memes that are like very like beautiful typography and like the top-notch quality, like choice cuts of memes. But it's like a lot of work. That's a lot of work. And I'm not getting paid for that. So I'm just I wanted to try and find a speedy way to get 100,000 followers on X. And I think I've tapped into it because I'm closing in on 1,000. And once you hit 1,000, like there's a certain point where the algorithm picks up your shit and starts spreading it out more. And it starts to to get from 0 to 100 took a year. To get from 100 to 500 took a few months. It took like 6 months to a year. To get from 500 to 1,000 is like 2 months. To get from 1,000 to 2,000, probably a month. To go from 2,000 to 6,000, maybe another month. Then you get 10,000. To go to 10,000 to 20,000, a couple of months. I don't know. It snowballs. And it starts going, it picks up speed going downhill like a snowball. And I've seen it happen to there are people that I follow right now who had like tens of thousands of followers when I found them, and now they're into the millions. And I can point out the accounts. I'm not going to go back to X again tonight, but I've seen it happen with other people that post dumbass shit all day long. Like Cat Turd. His posts are fucking retarded. And low effort. All he does is repost other people's shit and puts like 3 or 4 words together in a sentence. And that's what he does all day long. That motherfucker puts up like 150 posts a day. And it's just to generate clicks and views because you get paid. You get paid by X for every impression from a blue checkmark follower or anybody with a blue checkmark who sees your timeline posts. You get paid for those. And that's it. So if I post on other people's timelines, if I post on other replies to other people's posts, I don't get paid for those. And I'm not getting paid at all. I have to have 500 blue check mark followers, and I have to have 5 million impressions over a 90-day period. That's 60,000 a day is what it boils down. I can barely get 20 to 30,000 a day, and that's if I try. Every now and then I get a banger and I get over 100,000 in a day, but that's kind of a outlier, and there's no way to predict that. I haven't found the magic sauce to make that happen every day. If I found how I'd be doing it every day. But it's growing at a rate that I can measure, and that's a hell of a lot less effort than putting up videos on YouTube. It's a hell of a lot less effort than putting up on YouTube. So I'm not going to quit YouTube. I'm just going to try and do some different things. Because like I keep saying, if you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, well, that's crazy. So I'm just going to try some different stuff. I know, Dave, I saw your video the other day about how your viewership dropped off a cliff when you stopped doing firearms videos. It's the same kind of thing. I don't think you got shadow banned, but your audience was expecting to see you shooting guns, and now you're just talking about other stuff, and they're like, fuck that. And the same kind of thing happened to me, because all these people were watching me be homeless, and they're like, ooh, this guy's gonna be living under a bridge sucking dick for crack rocks here. I won't want to miss that. I'm gonna tune in every day and watch this guy fall on his face. And then I got a place to live and started getting my shit together, and people are like, oh, I ain't watching that. People don't watch NASCAR races to watch a bunch of hillbillies driving around in a circle all day. They watch NASCAR races to watch people crash, blow up, and catch on fire. And Dale Earnhardt, ding dang do Dale, he died. You know, he died. Dale died. Ding dang do Dale, he died. So the algorithm does hate when you change topics on a channel. I've known that you can't split a channel into two topics and have a good result on YouTube. I know that for a fact. Because now the algorithm doesn't know how to show the shit to and whatnot and this and that and the other thing. But see, if you really look at the people whose shit takes off, they literally do one specific thing over and over and over again, and they never ever deviate from that one specific thing. And I think it's kind of lame. So I might start a new channel at some point, but I don't know what it'll be. But this channel is just going to be what it is. This is going to be like, this is my channel to document coming back from being homeless. Maybe I need to tie in the homeless to comeback aspect and use the homeless keyword more and more and talk about being homeless. Maybe just kick up some of that dirt because that's what people started watching it for. They saw a guy who ended up homeless, who had a story to tell, and they're like, and it's like watching a bunch of hillbillies driving around in a circle. They wanted to see me crash and burn. And when I didn't, they're like, fuck that, we're not watching that crap anymore. And now now I don't get any play. And it's the same concept. You were doing a firearms videos, and then all of a sudden you hurt your back, you went and got your bacchiotomy or whatever, and all of a sudden people are like, I'm not watching this shit no more. And then the algorithm doesn't do anything to promote your videos out there because you changed your topic. And I know that's how YouTube is set up to play. Stick with one very, very, very specific niche and don't do anything else. That's the number one thing that people say on here. But I don't think let's say I was going to do photography instruction videos. That was what I wanted to do when I got out of prison. I set up a video channel and I didn't start using it, but my intention was I was going to start teaching people how to do photography and Photoshop. And that's why I had the Redeeming Light handle. And I was like that. I had a placeholder YouTube channel sitting there that I didn't use yet, but I was going to start doing Photoshop tutorial videos and photography videos. But when I ended up homeless, I was like, fuck it. I just started uploading videos to the channel I already had sitting there. And it took off. But we all know why it took off, because people like to see you fall on your face. It makes, it makes people feel better about themselves, whatever. That's why people started watching the channel. I was getting all kinds of shitty ass comments, like the comments I was getting on X. You're a piece of shit felon who deserves to die. You should be in prison for the rest of your life, you dumb motherfucker. And these are all MAGA people, all Trump supporters, stopping by to say you're a fucking piece of shit who deserves to. I wish the FBI would have shot you that night. I wish you would be in prison still, you dumb motherfucker. This one fucking dude. Oh my God. I wish I could look. I blocked a lot of these motherfuckers because I was just like, you know what? I was letting it ride for a while and I don't care. Like, I'm an internet dickhead. I'm a troll. I went to fucking. You're not going to out troll the guy who went to federal prison for 2 years for being a fucking troll on the internet. How are you going to beat that? How are you going to beat that guy? You're not. You just saw how I've optimized my troll efficiency to shitpost on X at lightning speed. Like, I can out troll Donald Trump himself. I've optimized it. I've come up with an efficient meme shitposting strategy that'll take an hour out of my day and get me thousands and thousands of followers. All I got to do is just an hour a day. I see the difference. When I spend an hour a day, I see the results. When I take a couple of days off because I just don't feel like doing it or I got other shit to do, I see the drop. I see the results of what I put in and what I don't do. And yeah, I mean, I know a lot. All you OGs, the ones that come to the stream and the ones that stick around and have been here all this time, even though YouTube got me on shadow ban and all that crap, all the good things that are happening in my life are a direct result of having been on YouTube. All of it. If I didn't do the YouTube channel like my friend told me to do, and I was resistant and I didn't want to do it, if I didn't get on YouTube and I didn't start doing this, I don't know where I'd be right now. I'd be in some deep shit. My life would probably suck right now. So this worked. It just didn't work in the traditional sense of I'm not the next Mr. Beast, or I'm not that little douchebag kid that gets $25 million to play with toys on YouTube all day. I'm not that guy. I'm not an influencer. Or, I'm not one of the chosen few that get elevated to blow up on YouTube. Because, they heard me talk and they're like, oh, we can't let him have a say. He went too far. But no, I actually went too far back in August of 2022. As long as I don't go that far again, I think I'll be all right. I mean, there's nothing to lose at this point. And I realized that one day, and that's when when I started doing the YouTube videos, I was a little bit like, should I be the real me? Or should I just, should I just be fake? No, the answer was don't be fake. Like everything that has worked out in my life since the day I became homeless has been because I decided to just be me, straight up. And so I'm all in now. Like I have no fucks to give anymore. Like, I know I'm not going to get a job. No matter how much I grovel and be nice and kiss ass and apologize and get on my hands and knees and beg for forgiveness, and nobody's going to give me a fucking job. All they're going to do is, oh, look at that. Look what you did. No, we can't hire you. Bye. Oh, I looked you up on Google. I don't want anything to do with you. Like, I'm going to be dealing with that for the rest of my life. You saw 15 fucking pages of Google results on my name. I mean, the 15 down from 350 is not bad. But it's still, all these lazy mega dipshits on X who said I was lying that we looked at tonight. Well, you're a fucking retard if you can't go to Google. Click on the link on my fucking profile. It's right there. Number one, you find out everything there is. I don't hide behind, I'm not Cat Turd hiding behind a pair of sunglasses with a hillbilly hat with a fake name, Cat Poop. not willing to show my fucking face in public. Here's my fucking name. It's right there or there or there. I don't fucking, it's on the channel. It's right there. It's not hard to find out everything there is to know about me. If I got more popular than I am right now, I'd probably have SWAT teams getting called to my house every fucking day because of the prank SWAT team phone calls that they like to do when people start getting popular. So maybe I don't want that. Maybe I don't want that because I'm definitely the target for that shit when, I'm not hiding behind a fucking fake name and a mask and not worried about losing some bullshit corporate job because I talked shit on the internet, got my real name out there. I'm going to burn my LinkedIn profile next. I've already got a plan. It's time consuming, but I already started doing it. But it's another one of those, I got to optimize the efficiency of what I want to do and actually create a system so that I can just bang it out, bang it out, bang it out, bang it out. And it doesn't take up time. So like the first couple of times I do it, it might take some time. And then it's going to be a copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. I'll probably use Buffer, the calendar tool. Because right here you can see on the left-hand side, I can manage LinkedIn posts. I can do Instagram, Threads, LinkedIn, Facebook, Blue Sky, YouTube, TikTok, Mastodon, Pinterest, Twitter, which I'm already doing. And I can create scheduled posts for all these different platforms using this tool and manage my shit like that. So when I'm ready to troll, I want to become a LinkedIn troll, but I'm not going to make up a fake LinkedIn account. I'm just going to use my account and I'm going to burn it to the ground and start being a LinkedIn dickhead. But I've seen some people blow up doing it on LinkedIn and they're fucking hilarious. And I think I'm just going to join the crowd, but I'm not going to make a fake profile. I'm going to be I'm going to Adam B's right there. Boom. The guy who went to federal prison for being an internet troll burned his LinkedIn profile to the ground. Why? Because why the fuck not? Like, I'm not going to get a job. I'm not going to get a job at any of these fucking companies that look me up on LinkedIn. None of these people are ever going to hire me to do any kind of fucking work ever again. So what's the point? Why the fuck do I need to be an ass-kissing, brown-nosed corporate douchebag on LinkedIn when I can just be a troll? And there's a certain way. You'll see it when you see it. I've already written a bunch of the posts. I use AI to do it and then fiddle with it and massaged it out. I've already got like 5 of these things written out. Typical LinkedIn douchebag business posts. And I'll read some of them to you because they're fire. I don't know how long it'll take to blow up, but I know that my friends on LinkedIn will see it and laugh their ass off. And they probably won't repost it because then that makes them look bad to the companies that they're trying to brown nose and get jobs at. So I'll just have to find my own people on LinkedIn. But maybe some of you are on LinkedIn. Maybe some of you will follow me there. But I'll let you know when it's time. I'm not ready to do that yet because I've got to do YouTube shorts. I've got to do this, that, the other thing. And I've got 20 other fucking things on my plate. There's only so many hours in the day. And I've already been sitting here doing a 4-hour live stream. But it was fun. You guys were chatty tonight. And I don't know how many people popped in and out during the stream, but I know people watch the replays. And I've got plenty of content out of this live stream if I want to chop it up into shorts. Boom, I've got a bunch. I can already kind of picture like that live shit posting on X would make some good short videos. Well, here's the kind of fun we have during the live stream. Come on, come one, come all. So I want to see what the shorts videos do. And I'm going to put up some more long form videos on YouTube. But the way I'm going to go about it, this is the last thing I save. I'll make it a 4-hour stream, make it even. If you're watching the replay or whatever. People have been bitching at me forever about making long videos. An hour is too long. Half an hour is too long. 5 minutes is too long. Goldilocks, it's too short. It's too long. It's never just right. But I know short videos like 10, 15 minutes tend to do well on YouTube compared to like a 2-hour fucking talk about something. I know that for a fact. And I just don't care. And I know my videos do better when I'm sticking around the 15-minute mark. So I'm gonna I'm putting up day 35 is up there for that rise and grind challenge video. And then I'm doing one more video tomorrow that I'm going to record in the morning, which is like a wrap up of that whole 35-day challenge. What went right, what went wrong, what I learned. That'll probably be an hour by the time it's done. I'm going to put an edit in there, a little cool little bonus edit. So I'll have to record it, put it on my Mac, go into Premiere, splice some shit together to make an edited video. And then that'll be the last video of that playlist, that rise and grind challenge that I did. And then when I sit down to record videos like that, where I just put my phone on my table here on my desk and talk with whether I have notes in front of me or not, I'm going to do I'll do a 3-hour session where I just sit and talk about a bunch of random shit, but I'm going to break it up into 15-minute chunks. So I'll talk about something, cap it, hit the stop button on the video, start another video file, talk about something else, stop it, start another video file, talk about something else. So I'll pick a bunch of shit to talk about, but I'll break it up so that each part, it'll basically be the same as me sitting down and recording a video that's 2 hours long, but I'll break it up into 10 to 15 minute segments and hit the stop button and just kind of take a few notes here so that I know kind of when to start and stop, maybe even set a timer or look at the timer as I'm doing the video. Just to, the people with the short attention spans, and just put them up, schedule them so that they go up. I'll start once a week, put up one of these videos. Once I have a queue, I'll make them so that they're not dated. So it's not like today is, May 29th, 2026 and blah, blah, blah. I'll make it generic enough that it doesn't matter when I post them. The content won't matter. I could record it tomorrow and show it to you a month from now, and it's not going to be dated, and you're not even going to know when I shot the video. And I'll just do this. I have a lot of stuff to talk about and things to say and things to show you or whatever, share my screen, whatever the case may be. I'll come up with a way to do it in edited long video form. Get a little bit more creative with some stuff. I've got some other ideas too. But just kind of focus where I put in a whole bunch of effort, once every 2 weeks. Sit down and talk for a few hours. Chop it up into 10, 15-minute chunks. Put them up once a week. Every Monday morning. Boom, boom, boom. Another video comes out. Possibly put them up for the members only and just release them on a schedule. Put them up for the members as soon as they're done, but then release them every so many days. And the bigger my backlog of my queue gets, the more I'll release on a more, quicker cycle. I know that I'll get paid by YouTube every month if I put up a video every day. I'll get $100 and something a month in revenue just from the ads on videos if I post once a day. But I stopped doing that because I just didn't want to anymore. And I'm not doing it for the money to begin with, but I know that I would get that would, even though I don't have a lot of followers, 100 views on a video every day, day after day after day after day after day for a month would generate enough ad clicks and revenue that I would get my minimum payout every month from YouTube if I did that. And that would pay for groceries for a week or a day. I don't know. I mean, I can't even get a goddamn cart of groceries. I can't even get the little carry basket filled for $100 now at the fucking grocery store, thanks to Trump and Joe Biden and all those assholes. But, maybe someday it'll pay for groceries. I don't know. But anyway, so I'm going to keep doing stuff. I just don't know what. But I'm going to try to the long stuff will be the streams. I'll do some really long live streams like I did tonight, 3 hours, maybe 4. Because I enjoy it. It's fun to talk about and talk about random stuff. But for the videos that I upload, I'm going to switch to capping them at 15 minutes. And I'm doing this for a client. So I'm already getting into that mindset of editing, taking 15-minute long spiels from a video and turning it into a 3-minute short. That's difficult. That's really difficult to take that much content and cut it down to a 3-minute video that tells a story from beginning to end. And it's captivating and they're good stories and they work. But to take 15 minutes down to 3, that's some serious work. It's not easy to do. I'm not going to let AI do it for me because that result's going to be crap. I just know it will. So there are AI tools that I can just go. I could go into YouTube Studio and go, "Hey AI, take this video and make a bunch of shorts from it." Low effort, but you're going to get what you put into it. It's not going to be that great. But I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out, and I'm going to try and do more, but put less time into it, if that makes sense. So just keep hanging out. We'll see where this goes. I'm not going to give up on it, but I got to do different things because the same thing's not working and it's getting on my nerves a little bit. And so I know that something's going to work here. I just don't know what. And the more it works, if I can generate revenue from doing this shit, I can do a better job doing it. If I can make it worth my time to where I'm actually making money from it, and I'm not trying to be like a money grubbing grifter whore, but all I'm saying is that the content creators that have tons of followers and all they do is sit in front of a microphone like I'm doing and talk, they don't do anything else. Like I have the capability to actually do some crazy shit with editing skills and filmography and photography and audio engineering. I have all these skills that I can throw into it, but it's a time suck. I mean, to do a really good edited video that's 15 minutes long might take 40 hours of work. Some of these, some of the bigger channels on YouTube, some of their productions, you can tell that they put 100 hours into a 15-minute long video. You can just tell because they're well edited. You can tell they have a team. Some of these people have teams. Like Demolition Ranch came to my mind. I don't know why, but they're spending some fucking money and putting in some serious amount of time just to do one Demolition Ranch video that's 15, 20 minutes long. They're spending days of effort to film it, all the editing, the production, the animation, the motion graphics, the logo design, all the shit that goes with that. And they got a team of people. I've seen the guy talk. I know they got like a team of people around them. He was talking about not doing videos anymore because of his family and wanting to be a dad and this and that. And all the people that work for him aren't going to have a job anymore. And I'm like, all the people that work for you, that says a lot. Just the statement, just the all the people that work for us on this channel. There you go. Like you can do all that heavy production if you have all the people that work for me going on. How do you pay all the people that work for you if you're not generating revenue from doing the work that you're doing? That's all I'm getting at. So I'm not like, it's not like I want to be a money grubbing whore to just make a bunch of fucking money for nothing. It's that I can make enough money to live and then turn around and give people a better result give back to the people, right? If people support me, I want to support them back. That's what I'm getting at. Alex Jones went from public access to having the multi-million-dollar InfoWars studio, and we can talk about, whether he's a paid shill or not all day, but he went from doing fucking public access TV in Austin, Texas, to having the multi-million-dollar InfoWars studio with all the fancy shit and the glass desk and the cameras and the lights and the whole professional studio. And now he's back to doing InfoWars out of his fucking bedroom now that he lost InfoWars, but he's not going anywhere. He's got, he took a step back. He's doing it in his fucking bedroom, or he's got like a makeshift bedroom studio at his house now. But whatever, he'll come back. He'll have a multi-million-dollar Alex Jones Network studio or whatever the fuck he's calling it now. But that's not free. You can't do, like, if you don't have any income coming in, whether it's from sponsorships, from selling stuff. I've got photography I can sell. I've got graphic design skills. I can make t-shirts, posters, stickers. Like I can make all kinds of crazy shit. It's how much time do I have to do all these hundreds of things? And I don't have a team of people like Demolition Ranch guy does. I don't have 20 fucking people that I can have do all this stuff. How much can one guy do? So life is complicated, and I'm not even, like I said, I'm not even 1,000 air right now. So it's not easy to build something from nothing, especially in the situation that I'm in. So with that, I'm just going to cap it for tonight. We've gone 4 hours. Anybody who watched the whole thing, good way to go. You give yourself a round of applause. And with that, I'm just going to cut it for the night. I'm going to go get a little yogurt or something, take a little snack break. And that's it for me today. Peace out. Or here we go. Here's the peace out symbol. We're out.